Hello, children. Today, debts are paid. So many fucking debts are paid. Hey, Key. Good to see you here, man. You picked the right day to dip in for a stream. A while back, I was in the library, my local library, and I was in the books room where people donate books at the library, then resells for, 50 cents a piece or whatever. And I came across someone that had dropped off an entire series, like 11 books, in a pulp series called Wingman, which is about a mercenary fighter pilot kicking ass in post-apocalyptic divided America. And I thought, hey, that sounds fucking cool. I like pulp. They're not bad. Let's see what this is. Do you? Huh? You remember them? Well, I made a fucking mistake. Because it's on my Twitter account right now, and you can go there and you can read that thread. 176 fucking replies where I went all the way through to the book Skyfire. And I don't know if this motherfucker was like dead serious or if he was just seeing how much fucking bullshit he could get away with and still get paid, or if it was both. I think it was both. In any case, if I ever meet quote-unquote Mack Malone, which is absolutely a pseudonym, I might murder him by feeding him these fucking books one at a time. And now people have successfully prevailed upon me to live read the sequel. Live read the fucking sequel to Skyfire. So I got a bucket of ice here. I got some beers in it. I got the only can opener available to me, which we'll talk about in a minute. Now, I just like to review what happened in Skyfire. It starts out by an attack from literal feminist fucking Nazis, and soon the book revolves around an invasion of the East Coast by nuclear-armed Vikings in coal-powered submarines. This was fucking written. It fucking happened. It's in a fucking book that some motherfucker got paid for, and that shit got published. So Patton Oswalt has this comedy routine called Rape Stove. And it's about, he talks about, how difficult it is to get a book published and how his editor is always riding his ass about the stupidest fucking shit. Like, on page 7 it says that she walked into the room, then at page 8 it says she walked out. Does that make any sense? And he said, meanwhile, he said, this movie about deathbed, the bed that fucking eats people, got made. And you get to feel the fucking hate rolling off him. That he gets all this shit to make an actual book, whereas Deathbed, the bed that eats people, actually got money. What the fuck, right? And that's where I am, right? I wrote Strike Witch's Quest. I invented a fucking Martian infiltrator robot in the shape of a cow that went rogue and somewhere along the line picked up the habit of hissing. And it's now a robot death cow literally from Mars that hisses, is like the most popular fucking character I've ever made. And I cannot fucking believe what I read in that fucking book. Oh, it gets fucking better, guys, because at some fucking point, the USS Iowa shows up. Yes, the Iowa. And even though Mack Malone is a fucking idiot, like, he wrote it as being just a conventional bombardment, but I literally did the fucking math, and the scale and size of the explosion from single shell, as they described it, almost guaranteed that Iowa should have been firing nuclear artillery shells. The actual 16-inch nuclear artillery shells invented for the ship. Right? And they're fighting the nuclear Vikings invading the East Coast and shit. Finally, they get their shit together, they wreck the nuclear Vikings fucking shit. And then, at the same time, a gigantic horde of Asian mercenaries, I don't know where a gazillion mercenaries from China invades the West Coast. And at the same time, at the end of the book, an entire carrier fucking air wing from an actual fucking aircraft carrier fucking attacks. Oh, I forgot. The nuclear Vikings, I call them that because they actually have nukes. They, instead of 4 of the submarines in their fleet are not coal-powered pieces of shit. They're actually fucking, like, cobbled together boomers with nuclear fucking missiles. So they have one gigantic army, another gigantic army, an entire carrier fucking air wing, presumably with a carrier, and nukes! And at the end of the book, Hawk Hunter was zooming off into the sky in his fucking Harrier jump jet with a single harpoon missile, some cannon shells, and nothing else, and he just vanishes. Right. So, let's read the fucking blurb in the back of the fucking sequel. No, Key, you didn't. You fucking, oh shit, you angry American. Let's just put it this way. I had my first breaking point reading the last book, like 10 pages in, when I came across the name of one of the recurring villains was Juanita Juarez. All this ass fuck is capable of doing is alliteration. Like, he's fucking addicted to alliteration. He's got the writing skills of a fucking 3rd grader. It's cool. I'm fucking cool. Cool. We're gonna read. The blurb. The recently reunited American continent is divided once again. While a brutal army of Nordic conquerors occupies the lands of the East, a violent band of raging Asian mercenaries seeks to dominate the American West. Worse yet, America's greatest champion, Top Gun jet fighter pilot Hawk Hunter, last seen flying off on a one-man suicide mission against the air armada that destroyed most of the United American aircraft, has seemingly vanished into thin air. To many, the idea of recapturing America's hard-won freedom now seems lost. But persistent rumors that Hawk Hunter's F-16XL fighter jet has been sighted high in the air over isolated regions of the country are whispered across the land. And stories of a rendezvous with the scattered elements of the United American troops at a top-secret rallying point begin to circulate among the freedom-loving citizens who keep the dream of a united America burning in their hearts. For them, the day of vengeance against their oppressor warlords draws near, and they look to the skies in hope. So, in the last book, Hawk's super fancy experimental F-16XL that had been stolen from him by the bad guys at some point was recovered by his buddies. But before they could get it to him, he zoomed off on a suicide mission. So I'm going to assume that's somebody pulling some Patroclus and Achilles armor shit. While supplies last, for a free Wingman bumper sticker, send a business-size, self-addressed stamped envelope to Mack Malone, P.O. Box 12, Raleigh, MA 01969. So he's got an address. I wonder if that address is still valid. I'm contemplating crimes. My man, that would entail sending him his own fucking books. Now, in the last book, my first clue that shit was not going to be kosher was the fucking inside the dust cover, inside, underneath the cover, the little blurb in there. It was bad. Let's see how this one is. Attack from above. Like most low-level fighter attacks, the troops near the target never heard the jet coming. One moment, the only noise rustling through the 11th NS position was the gurgling of the river running by, and the next, the air was filled with a horrible mechanical scream. Engine scream. Oh, fuck. The Harrier flashed by their positions at top speed. Exhaust from the engine creating a steamy turbulence on the river surface. It was by them before any of the soldiers could react, sweeping from side to side before it streaked underneath the bridge and up into an ass-end climb. Okay. Coming back around, the Harrier slowed its speed down to 300 miles per hour, flying at a louder, slightly higher altitude. The NS troops were ready for it this time. They took the only action afforded them. They blocked their ears. The 11th was not outfitted with any kind of anti-aircraft weapons and was absolutely defenseless from the air. And that's exactly what the pilot and the Harrier wanted to know. So, fun fact, that's bullshit. Infantry always has one anti-air weapon at their disposal. Their fucking rifles. Now, usually that's not that useful. But against helicopters? Or a fucking Harrier that's flying a little too slow? Or deliberately making a target of itself? Enough dudes emptying their rifles into the air, someone's going to get the golden BB. Massed rifle fire absolutely will fuck up like helicopter gunships and shit. If they're not keeping off at range and using missiles, if they're getting in close to use guns, you could fuck them up with rifles. It only takes a bullet to the windscreen to fuck up your day. Like, no actual pilot would risk that. So, since my family, we're not big drinkers, and usually the only beer we actually do drink is the kind that has the twist off top. So the only actual bottle opener I have available to me is my Makarov. The Makarov, if you lock the slide back, the gap between the bottom of the frame and the barrel actually makes a really good bottle opener. Russian guns, am I right? Ah. That's good beer. Here we go. Prologue. The clattering of horses' hooves, galloping at full charge, cracked like thunder against the asphalt of the abandoned highway. There were 20 horsemen in all, 10 riding at top speed in front of the rumbling tractor-trailer truck, 10 behind. There were also 3 battered Humvees in the strange caravan. He actually spelled Humvees instead of HMMMV, or whatever the actual acronym is, which I can't fault him for because fuck that acronym. All of them were at the rear of the column, their gunners firing 50 caliber heavy machine guns, wildly, at the army of pursuers less than a quarter mile behind. Captain Crunch O'Malley was behind the wheel of the last Humvee in line. More accustomed to piloting his famous F-4X Super Phantom, what even the fuck is an F-4X Super Phantom, than this four-wheeled monster without shock absorbers, O'Malley was doing all he could just to keep the truck steady on the cratered, unlit highway. It was the dead of night, and the only illumination was coming from the frightening flare of Katyusha rockets exploding all around them. And where the fuck did these cockwipes get Katyushas? Plus the larger explosions off to O'Malley's right, which told him that the enemy was zeroing in on them with long-range 122mm artillery. So it's all Russian stuff? "Goddammit, are we going to make it?" he yelled at the gunner. The gunner, a sergeant in the now-defunct Pacific American Militia, slapped another belt of ammunition into his big 50 and kept right on firing. Not if we don't reach the bridge damn quick. The bridge was a mile ahead of them. The lead men on horseback, remnants of the Pacific American Militia's single cavalry unit, would reach it in a matter of minutes. Could they deploy their explosive charges in enough time for the trailer truck, the Humvees, and the rest of the horsemen to cross the span, and then destroy it before their well-equipped, ruthless enemies finally caught up with them? O'Malley looked in his rearview mirror and knew it would be very, very close. I wish the old Wingman was still around, he thought. We sure could use him now. If they were lucky at all, it was because their pursuers were driving armored personnel carriers and light armored vehicles, making their top speed only slightly less than that of the overloaded trailer truck and the winded but determined cavalry horses. More 122mm shells came crashing down in front of them as the ragged, hairy procession rounded a long bend at what used to be California State Highway 15. But by the flash of these explosions, Crunch could see the charge of enemy APCs and LAVs closing in on his tail. Once again, a desperate thought crossed his mind. What would Hawk do? Now they're talking about the motherfucker like he's Jesus, and that's a drink. No, I had to unload it, Hellbent, because I had to lock the slide back. Come on. When I cack myself, I'm going to be sober. Major Hashi Nushi III was the commander of the 100-man, 15-vehicle mechanized column pursuing the ragged Pacific American soldiers. He was new to the California theater of action, having come in on the third invasion wave that had landed just 2 weeks before on the beaches of Ventura. At the time, Nushi had been upset at his commanders. He considered it an insult to be kept in one of the invasion ships for so long before finally being allowed to land to join the conquest. This is especially grating as his granduncle, Hashinushi I, was the imperial commander of all the Asian forces. By the time his unit hit the beach, much of the fighting on the west coast of America was over. The much weakened Pacific American army, depleted by the wars in the eastern part of the country, proved to be little match for the invading armies of the combined Greater East Asia Divine Warriors Association. Okay, I'll give them that. Asians are prone to coming up with fucking names like that. Greater Co-Prosperity Sphere. Indeed, much of the American Pacific Army surrendered lest the overwhelming Asian forces made good on their promise to destroy one major city along the west coast and immolate their populations in the process. Why? What are they going to do? Are they going to take out San Diego or LA? Who would fucking miss them? It was no idle threat. The Asian forces had happily provided information to the Pacific American Army on 2 Firebats submarines, which were on station in the Gulf of Santa Catalina. Each one carried a nuclear-tipped ballistic missile in its launch chamber. Speaking of, the Firebats are the aforementioned boomer subs that were cobbled together that are in the service of the nuclear Vikings. With the fight for California nearly over, Nushi was pleased to get the assignment to hunt down and liquidate the last remaining enemy armed force inside the newly claimed territory. He knew very little about this ragtag band of soldiers, just that they numbered less than 30. They were lightly armed, and they were relying mostly on horses for transport. They had been slowly moving eastward since the first day of the Asian forces' invasion, committing various acts of sabotage along the way. This included destroying many of the main power stations around Los Angeles. which is now the site of the Asian Forces main headquarters for the conquered portion of Southwest America. You're welcome to have it, guys. Joke's on you. Now it appeared as if the small enemy unit was making a break for the San Bernardino Mountains to the east, in the unsettled yet unconquered lands beyond. Oh yeah, Schrodinger, it's you just it's just fucking I don't know. Nushi's orders were to stop them, and he had been attempting that since early morning. But the enemy soldiers were doing strange things, not the least of which was driving the tractor-trailer truck. It's literally fucking Mad Max in the West Coast. The large rig had been slowing them down all day. If they had stuck to the horses in their small combat vehicle, they would have been in the mountains hours ago. Nushi didn't know what was inside the truck, nor did he care much. Oh, I know what it is! It's Hawk Hunter's waifu, the F-16XL. Because they last evacuated it from Hawaii before the Asian mercenaries did it. He had little respect for the enemy or their stupid antics, therefore they were not worthy of his examination. Nushi just assumed that when he finally caught up with the elusive Americans, the mystery of why they would sacrifice time and speed for the truck's cargo would be revealed. Okay. God, this is long-winded. The enemy was just half a mile ahead now, right around the bend in the highway. Nushi's LAV was in the lead. I guess it's a BMP or BRDM. Its gunner firing, or not a BMP, a BMD. That's the airborne version. Its gunners firing nonstop at the fleeing Americans, while his radio man was calling in the big 122mm artillery rounds from a mobile fire base 5 miles to the south. Naturally, 122mm is Russian caliber. Nushi confidently ordered a second radio man to call back to the main headquarters to tell them that the quad was in sight and would soon be destroyed. Less than a minute later, Nushi's column roared around the bend in the highway to find the 150-foot bridge which spanned the wide, dry gorge is still intact. But not for long! That was in italics, so I tried to. Angry, you got no fucking goddamn motherfucking clue. Holy fucking shit. Buckle up, my man, because it's getting worse. Suddenly, 322mm shells flashed out of the sky and came crashing down dead center on the bridge. There was a huge explosion that was so sudden and violent that all of the drivers of Nushi's column instinctively slammed on their brakes. The passive voice is just getting excessive. Nushi was almost ejected from his turret by the screeching stop. Once he regained his balance, he peered through the smoke, dust, and flame to see that most of the bridge was gone. He was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Wow! Artillery rounds blew shit up! Kicking his driver on the back of the head, he indicated he wanted to move right up to the edge of the ruptured span. The rest of the column followed. Beyond the separated bridge, the hills began. But where were the Pacific Americans? There was no way they had time to cross the span before his artillerymen had dropped it. So where were they? He ordered his driver to stop completely as soon as they reached the edge of the wrecked and smoking bridge. Well, good for you. Shh, he hissed to his men. All of them? Like, the entire fucking armored column heard this over their fucking idling engines? Suddenly, it was very quiet. There was no noise, no engine, no horses' hooves, no whispered voices. Where could they be? That was when he heard it. The strain of a truck engine not too far off. He turned his vehicle's powerful spotlight to his right and discovered a narrow service road which led down into the dry riverbed. Lifting the beam up slightly, he caught the reflection of the rear of the tractor-trailer truck about a quarter mile away. He had them. To his right. Cautiously, he directed his column down the service road and out onto the dry riverbed. All the while, he kept the Americans captured in the searchlight. It was a rather pathetic scene. Many of the horsemen had dismounted, and the gang of Americans were desperately trying to push the squealing, skidding tractor trailer up the sharp incline of the far bank. What? Nigga, what? Nigga, what? Y'all say what? Like, I glanced down the fuck, and like, what I was thinking was, wouldn't you haul ass down the riverbank and use your explosive that you're going to use on the bridge? Just plant them on the fucking ground. It's getting dark. The enemy, it's literally night, right? The enemy's not going to see it. Wait till they drive over your fucking C4 and blow the motherfuckers up. And those first several burning vehicles are going to block the rest of them from getting through this dry riverbed as you haul ass down the wadi, right? No! Guess what fucking happens? He laughed once and checked his watch. It was exactly midnight. Perfect, he thought. He would begin this glorious day by annihilating the last pocket of enemy resistance in the newly conquered land. That was when the ground beneath his vehicle started shaking. He turned left and right, trying frantically to find the source of the increasingly violent rumbling. Suddenly, one of his junior officers cried out, "Tsunami!" Nushi spun around and saw to his horror an immense wall of water buried down on them from the opposite end of the wash. "The gods, no!" Nushi screamed. "No, Daddy, no!" How did it go again? Bam! "Judgment time, son!" "No, Jehovah, no!" Oh, fuck. The gigantic rush of water had appeared so suddenly it didn't look real somehow. But it was too late to escape, too late to scream anything else, too late to do anything but await the deadly wave of rushing water. In his last instant of life, the terrified Nushi knew he would spend eternity, wondering from where did the tidal wave come. Probably a dam that somebody opened the floodgates on, right? I'm guessing. Because that's actually a thing in California. But how did the Pacific American column survive? I thought they were still stuck in the fucking riverbank. Dude. The Pacific... they did. How they... fucking... That's a drink. So, yeah. Page 9. The Pacific American column continued on into the night, reaching the rugged hills around Soda Lake by 4 a.m. Only then did they stop to rest. The horses were brought down into a shallow ravine where they were fed and lightly watered. The truck was backed into a rocky blind and quickly covered with desert camouflage netting as were the Humvees. A watch was posted and the rest of the men sacked out for what could only be a 3-hour sleep until it was light and time to move again. Crunch didn't even bother to bed down. He hadn't slept in days and didn't figure to start now. It is 300 plus pages. It's 349 pages long. Yeah, we're on 9. That's not how endurance fucking works, asshole. Literally nobody can go without for days without fucking sleep without dying. It kills people. Y'all remember Aliens? The sequel to Alien? Where they're on the dropship. These Marines, the colonial Marines, are on the dropship and they're dropping onto this fucking death planet. And Hicks is fast asleep. And the black dude, the sergeant, by the way, that actor was an actual fucking sergeant in the military. Believe it. That's why he played that role so goddamn well. And when he turns around, he's like, "Somebody wake up Hicks." That disgust in his voice. That is what actual soldiers do. Good soldiers fall asleep anywhere and any time they can. Their rule is never stand when you can sit, never sit when you can lie down, and never be awake when you can sleep. That's why in the movie Patton, When Patton first arrived at a new command in North Africa, when the American military was still all fucked up and not quite up to speed, and Trump stumbles over a young man on the floor, and he asks him, "What were you doing, sir?" Or "What were you doing, Private?" And he said, "Just trying to get some sleep, General." And the General said, "Well, get back to it, son. You're the only one that knows what he's doing around here." That was also why Patton was okay with that, because he understands that fucking rule. Because especially in combat, you never know when you're going to get another chance to sleep. I read a story or actual accounts of the war in the Pacific where a guy woke up in his foxhole, looked out, and he says, "Where the hell did that Jap come from?" He literally fell asleep, and he slept through the buddy in the foxhole standing watch, shooting a Japanese infiltrator crawling up onto them. That's just not how actual soldiers work. Instead, he climbed the tallest hill and sat next to the young Pacific American soldier on watch and stared out toward the west. He had no idea what happened back at the dry river, no idea where the massive wave of water had come from. What he did know was it had saved their lives and vanquished their enemies. Really? I mean, did none of the fucking horsemen with the explosive think, "Yo, if we gotta turn down this narrow little side service road, it's literally cutting down the side of an embankment. What if we pop some fucking C4, just dump it on the ground, these assholes aren't gonna see it in the dark. Wait till the first couple drive over it, twist the little handle and blow them sky fucking high." No. But strange as it was, Crunch realized it was only a very temporary victory. He'd been in too many wars to think of it as anything else. The Asians would be after them again by sunrise, with their vicious determination of massive numbers and fanatical determination. My God, the rising sun! Sometimes it seemed there was no stopping them. Crunch's small band of cavalry and mismatched soldiers had taken out about 600 of the enemy in the past few weeks, and they still kept coming at them. Like one long human wave streaming over the Pacific, an endless line, invading his country. That was why Crunch couldn't sleep. No matter how bad it was awake, he couldn't bear to dream about it as well. Fuck you very much. He and the others were heading east. To where? The Asian forces control just about everything to the Nevada border, and at the rate of their conquest, they'd be over the Rockies within a month. Even if Crunch and the others made it across what used to be Kansas and into Missouri, then what? I wonder why they said what used to. I guess the missile fields there got hit in the war. On the other side of the Mississippi waited an enemy that was even larger, even more barbaric than the Asian forces. These are the forces of the Fourth Reich. The other half of the combined Second Axis. When the vanguard of Norse invaders attacked the East Coast months before, little did anyone know that it was just a feint of what was to come. That's not what feint means. A feint is a decoy. A feint is a false attack to lure you away from the true culprit, which that was, apparently, but it's not a feint of what was to come. It was a feint to lure you away from the real strike, okay? That's not a taste of what was to come. It wasn't a fucking hint of what was to come. That's... Fuck! It's cool. I got beer. I just spend my whole fucking life trying to improve my mastery of the English language so I can convey my heart and soul to people. And this cock-sucking, fuck-face, illiterate shit goblin gets published. Because why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? Oh, I do. I got more. I only got 3 on ice right now, but I got more. Okay. That was the massive coordinated two-pronged invasion of the American continent by a new enormous enemy, the Second Axis. Like a bad nightmare from the early 1940s, The second Axis combined the strength of two massive mercenary armies. One was made up almost exclusively of renegade Asian military sects. The other was nothing less than the rebirth of the fascist Germanic state. What? Because at the end of the last book, the nuclear Vikings literally got raped to death. Like, they were invading in like see-through rubber boats, the way they get from their submarines to the coast, and they basically just got fucking annihilated by airstrikes. They just naped the entire fucking water. Okay. It was only after the Norse invaders were stopped in a titanic pinnacle battle on the eastern coast of Florida that the United American Armed Forces realized that the Norse invasion had been simply. Why did he? You can hear as I read this. I try to. My brain is automatically rearranging the words in a better flow. That the United American Armed Forces realized that the Norse invasion had been simply a way of deflecting the UAAF from what really lay out beyond the horizon. The UAAF was a clever, highly skilled group. They had won several wars and had finally succeeded in reuniting a fractured America. The Norse invasion was a bold ruse indeed to have tricked such a hearty alliance. No sooner had the Norse amphibious force been stopped when the power of the Fourth Reich showed itself. Are they the second Axis of the Fourth Reich? In the form of a massive airstrike launched from somewhere out at sea, presumably from an aircraft carrier. By the way, that scene at the end of the last book, I could have strangled Mack Malone to fucking death. For starters, he wrote about a Sidewinder losing lock, or not losing lock, not being able to achieve a lock. Except if this dumb cocksucker knew how that missile worked, especially the fucking 90s era ones, the 90s era Sidewinder, like anything before the X model, did not have a lock-on after launch capability. In many ways, it was still the very basic bitch fucking missile that first debuted in the 50s. Here's how a Sidewinder works. Point Sidewinder at target. Wait for the monster noise. It sounds something like kind of like a cat being sodomized. When you hear the cat being sodomized sound, push the little bang button and the missile goes out and fucks them up. It is not a lock-on after launch weapon, but I digress. And then, you know how he fights the F-14s? The F-14's big-ass fucking radar and the Phoenix missiles both use Doppler radar. Any radar set to achieve look-down, shoot-down to discriminate from ground clutter has to rely on something called Doppler shift. Basically, it picks out a fighter plane from the ground clutter by looking for something that is moving. The Doppler shift of the returns tell that it's moving, and thus it can discriminate against ground clutter. Guess what a Harrier jump jet can do, especially when it's already expended its bombs? Hover! So you know that famous Calvin and Hobbes panel? Tyrannosaurs and F-14s? Its vision is based on movement? Mack Malone had a fucking brilliant opportunity to make that goddamn comic real. Hawk Hunter could have fucking hovered, been effectively invisible in the ground clutter to the radars of those F-14s, waited for them to pass, and then popped up on a column of fucking thrust behind them and crammed Sidewinders up their asses. He didn't do it. He didn't do it. Because he doesn't even know how these fucking planes work. He is an insult to everything I have ever loved. And he's published. This cocksucker got paid money. I paid money for these fucking books. I paid like $3 for these books. In one bold stroke, the Fourth Reich fascists wiped out most of what was left of the United American small but respected Air Force, and thus immobilized most of its ground forces. Already battered and bleeding from the blood-curdling Norse onslaught, the East Coast is totally unprepared for the massive sea and air blitzkrieg carried out by the Fourth Reich. Where did all these cocksuckers come from? Really? Just like the coordinated Asian invasion of the West Coast, much of the fighting was quick and brutal. The American armies on the East Coast surrendered in light of a threat to destroy a major city and incinerate hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians via a sub-launched nuclear weapon. It had all happened so quickly. That was what bothered Crunch the most. By the way, every time they say he uses the nickname Crunch, he uses the fucking quote marks around it. We know it's a fucking nickname, fuckface. Alright, I think it's in the fucking AP style book on my shelf here that you don't have to use the quote marks every time. They didn't even have a chance to fight. And in the process, he lost at least two of his best friends. One was Elvis, his longtime partner in the fighter bomber unit for hire known as the Ace Wrecking Company. Elvis was the last thing taking off for a reconnaissance mission over an area west of Hawaii to check out rumors of a massive invasion force sailing eastward. The rumors were true. The invaders turned out to be the Asian forces. Elvis was never heard from again. Now, at the end of the last book, he got shot down but did survive. By the way, his recon bird was actually a prototype that was actually considered real life, a Phantom with water injection system for its jet engines. I didn't know they ever had a water injection system for jet engines. It functioned on a completely different principle than water injection for a piston engine, but apparently it did work to boost the thrust or quick sprints to evade attack. His second friend lost, instead of lost friend. Fuck you! His second lost friend flows better, you son of a bitch. We're good. Page 11. His second friend lost is Hawk Hunter, the Wingman. That's in cap. Both of them have capital letters at the beginning of the word, and it's in italics. The Wingman. The Wingman we have heard on high. Blah 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 blah. Fuck me. The one person more than any other who had been responsible for pulling the shattered American nation together once again. After the airstrike by the mysterious carrier force off Florida, Hunter had taken off in his Harrier jump jet with several weapons strapped underneath and headed out to find the floating airfield. He never returned. And now here was Crunch, just about the last top officers of the United Americans still living and not in the POW camp, sitting on top of a barren hill. He was being chased by an enemy who wanted his country only because they were envious and not respectful of their own. And all he had left really was the contents of the dilapidated tractor-trailer truck. It was a sad situation. Last we saw him, he was on the East Coast. Why the fuck did he come to the West Coast? How long do we have, sir? The young soldier said on watch suddenly asked him. He, too, was staring out to the west. How long before they catch us? Crunch considered the frank, gloomy question for a moment. We've got the rest of our lives, he replied finally. Well, way to buck up the morale there, motherfucker. It wasn't until the next morning when they gained the higher ground that they saw the cause of the miraculous tidal wave that had a very earthly explanation. Off in the distance they could see the remains of a large irrigation dam which had burst, instantly flooding just about every dry riverbed in the area. By using long-range binoculars, they could see the long streaks of black soot along its cracked side that the dam had obviously been blown up, either by set explosives or a well-placed bomb, but just who was responsible for destroying the dam and why was impossible for them to know. Well, if the Panama Canal is still in operation, I guess it could have been the USS Iowa, which, by the way, is no longer being operated by its fucking crew. They mysteriously went missing. Now it's a bunch of Norwegians that hate the nuclear Vikings and are led by a man that wears a fucking wolf mask. You heard me right. You fucking heard me right, my man. I dubbed him Psycho Wolf. And the last line in the epilogue of the last book was, "Now you know why I wear the mask." Oh, vintage Bane posted is so fucking beautiful. Part 1, A Man of Water. Chapter 1, Black Rock, Indiana. Mike Fitzgerald yanked at his overly starched priest's collar and muttered a curse. "Goddamn thing, cutting off my windpipe, you are." Mac, my dude, my bro, my guy. Nobody talks like this. Yeah. He was trudging down a very dusty road, the miserable summer's heat making his long black wool priest's cassock seem twice as heavy and twice as hot. Why was it summer's heat, not summer heat? Why was that a plural? Or a plural possessive? Summer's heat? The miserable summer heat. Like the heat belongs, I guess, I just fucking... And why don't you just say the long black wool priests, the long black wool, just say cassock. We know he's already fucking, you don't gotta say priest's cassock. We know he's dressed as a fucking priest because he's got the collar. The long black wool cassock seems twice as heavy and hot. Twice as heavy and twice as hot as a priest. It's okay if you want to emphasize it with the fucking... Next time you impersonate someone, check out the wardrobe first. He's been talking to himself a lot lately. Perhaps it was the first clue that his priestly charade was in fact driving him mad. Or maybe it was his body reacting to the fact that no whiskey had touched his lips in months. That they had not seen a grown woman in just as long, never mind touch one. A little of all three, I suppose. His present location only made things worse. It was flat. Flat as far as the eye could see. The only diversion in the landscape were some low hills to the south. Everything else was dry pasture land, withered corn stalks, and acres of sallyweeds. It was a virtual hell for him, having grown up and thrived in noisy, boozy, wet, lusty urban landscapes. Well, you got enough adjectives there, fuckface. About a mile down the straight, dusty, hot... Fuck. Straight, dusty, hot road with a place formerly known as Catherine, Indiana. It's located about 20 miles to the southwest of what used to be Lafayette, Indiana. Why do you have to say Indiana again? You have established 3 fucking times that what fucking goddamn state we are in! The small, typically Midwest American town had been renamed Bundeswehr 4. It was the capital of the 4th Military District of the Fourth Reich occupying forces, an area that encompassed all territory north up to the city of New Chicago, south of the former city of Terre Haute, east of the old, virtually abandoned state capital of Indianapolis, west to old Illinois Route 57. Bummer 4, Fitzgerald spit out as the string of gun towers surrounding the small city came into view. Maybe another dockhouse someday. Wow, weep. A short peal of a siren startled Fitz out of his sudden, sullen thoughts. Now, I'm pretty sure this guy was last fucking... Isn't this the guy that was a prisoner of the nuclear Vikings in the last book? Never did get away from him? I'm pretty sure. How the fuck he get here? A short, sharp peal of a siren startled Fitz out of his sullen thoughts. He swung around to find a column of... I can't even pronounce that. Something Panzer armed recon vehicles and Panhard VBL scout cars staring down the road. He barely had time to jump out of the way as the first something panzer roared by. Spa Panzer? Spurg Panzer! The soldier sitting in the turret spit at him, but Fitz neatly dodged the excoriation. Now you decide to get your fucking thesaurus out, you cocksucker? You need a bath, priest, the soldier yelled at him, laughing. It was all Fitz could do to restrain himself from letting rip a stream of select expletives, but such an act would immediately blow his cover as a man of the cloth, a profession that most of the neo-Nazi invaders curiously found non-threatening. These motherfuckers haven't met the priests I have. He stood in the road ditch as a column roared by, many of the soldiers cursing at him. And has this guy never met a priest? Okay, let me just put it this way. It never occurred to me that you could write what Mack Malone has done and sold it for the price Mack Malone sold it for and not be murdered by angels. Met a priest? I don't think this mother has even seen a priest at a distance. He stood in the road ditch as the column roared by, many of those soldiers cursing at him in German and flashing universally understood obscene hand signals. Fitz retaliated by continuously making the sign of the cross as stoically as possible while keeping his nasty curses under his breath. The VBL scout car at the end of the column screeched to a stop in front of him. An officer stared out the open door, taking a full measure of Fitz's priest's garb. "What are you doing out here?" the officer asked him in a harsh, heavy German accent. "Tending the flock, sir," Fitz replied in his best holy man's voice. "Don't give me that," the officer screamed. "Your bromides are not an excuse for being out of the perimeter." Your tauntaun will freeze before it gets past the first marker. Fitz gently raised his hand to interrupt the officer. "Excuse me, sir," he said, his voice fighting to stay calm. "I was tending the flock, the sheep, sir." The flustered officer turned to his driver and spat out a stream of German. The driver demurely replied that one of the priest's duties was to care for the herd of sheep and goats that grazed in the pasture land several miles. Since fucking when? The officer's face went red in a second. He punched his driver on the shoulder, ordering him forward. As the driver put the scout car in gear, the officer turned back towards Fitz, spit at him, and roared off. "Someday, you bastards," Fitz swore under his breath, "you'll all pay for this." After walking for 20 more minutes, Fitz finally reached the edge of Bummer 4. You know, in the last book, nuclear Vikings were pillaging and raping and kidnapping women. And I was like, did none of these motherfuckers own rifles anymore? The entire United States has gone Mad Max, and the American obsession with guns has just fucking vanished? Like, what? The Vikings actually fucking carried axes and AK-47s. And a lot of them preferred the axes so they could be He-Man. Like, are you really telling me that they didn't take massive fucking casualties every time they kick in the door, they just get fucking shot in the face? Like, come on! Here was Bunswayer's Bummer. I can't pronounce English words sometimes. What's this fucking German? Here was the reason for being. The massive airfield constructed by the Fourth Reich soldiers in less than 2 months using thousands of slave laborers. It was also a symbol of why the Nazi invasion of the American continent had been so complete and over so quickly. Unlike many of the enemies Fitz and his United American allies had fought during the years since the end of World War III and the subsequent factionalization of America, the Second Axis realized that the true secret to military dominance was the critical application of air power. Past foes of United America, primarily the long-gone Soviet-backed Circle Army, the prenatal... What? Panama Canal Nazis of the Twisted Cross. Right, we already did Nazis in this series, huh? And the white supremacist armies of the repugnant Knights of the Burning Cross. Knights of the Burning Cross! Gee, I wonder who they were! So we went through the Ku Klux Klan. First, we had Panamanian Nazis, then the Ku Klux Klan, then feminist Nazis, then Vikings, and now we've got actual German Nazis. McBain here. I am under attack by commie Nazis. Maloney, if you're still alive, you should kill yourself. I don't give a fuck if that violates Twitch's terms of service. Stick that fucking gun in your mouth and fucking exit! They had all used air power to certain degrees, but just like the United Americans themselves, quality of that area force was borderline grade B in most cases. Fighter planes, attack bombers, recon craft, and other instruments of true air power were always in chronic short supply in America, due mostly to the rather irrational disarmament agreements forged after the Third World War. Even at its height, the post-World War III United American Air Corps numbered less than 200 fighter attack planes. The vast majority of these were elderly machines like F-4 Phantoms, F-101 Voodoos, A-4 Skyhawks, F-104 Starfighters, and F-106 Delta Darts. What's more, the aircraft flown by the various air pirate gangs which roamed rather freely across the post-war American skies were even more ancient. F-100 Super Sabres, F-89 Scorpions, even some Korean War vintage F-86 Sabre jets. The bottom line was that many of these airplanes were decades older than the men flying them. Gee, good thing we don't have that situation today. But while the quality of most of the equipment on both sides are hardly state-of-the-art, it created a kind of balance of power. Simply put, if everyone was driving old stuff, then the playing field is even. Did it actually fucking take 2 sentences to fucking convey that simple concept? Anti-piracy novels, you say? Like what? Against modern pirates? Or like actual sea pirates, like Somalian pirates? Please, not like fucking music pirates, right? Okay, good. There was one exception, though, the F-16XL, once flown by Hawk Hunter. It was an airplane which far surpassed anything else flying at the time. But now it, like his famous pilot, was long gone. Now, you might think, okay, finally he pulled back on Hawk Hunter being, God's gift to the earth. Because, okay, some of it's explained by him flying a really cool plane. Except in the last book, he didn't have that plane. He had a Harrier jump jet, and he was still God's gift to the earth. Cocksucker. While secretly gathering their forces in Europe for the huge transatlantic attack on America. Okay. This sentence, transatlantic. Atlantic is capitalized. Transatlantic, the Atlantic, the A is capitalized in the middle of that word. And after America, there's a period. And then it continued, the Fourth Reich, but the word the is not capitalized. His editor fucked up. He probably self-edited these books. I don't think his fucking editor actually fucking did his fucking job. Like, what? This book isn't even edited right, and that's a drink. And that's the bottle. And we're going to open the next one. No, wait, not yet. Let's pace ourselves, so I'm starting to slur my fucking words. Selling organs of the slain? fuck me running? What? While secretly gathering their forces in Europe for the huge transatlantic attack on America, the Fourth Reich had stockpiled a modern air force larger than some belonging to major countries before World War III. They did this by two means. One, the timely acquisition of an entire carrier wing of pre-war aircraft. Literally how? And two, the discovery of 200 fighter aircraft that had been hidden away during the frenzy of disarmament which followed the cessation of hostilities of World War III. Well, ain't that fucking convenient? In two bold strokes, the Fourth Reich assembled an air force of the most modern aircraft ever made. U.S. Navy F-14 Tomcats, F-A-18 Hornets, and A-6 Intruders, European Tornadoes, Jaguars, Mirages, and Vigans, Soviet Floggers, Fitters, and even some rare Su-24 Fencers. That's what I think of that. All of this, plus an impressive array of in-flight refueling aircraft, backup cargo and logistics airplanes, and a large fleet of helicopters of all types, made the Fourth Reich the premier air power on the planet. They were so rich in airplanes that just a few weeks before they transferred more than 50 units to their second Axis ally, the Asian forces, presently occupying the American West Coast. Granted, most of the units were elderly United American types captured during the Lightning invasion. Now, as Fitz walked past a huge, recently completed airfield, he counted by habit the number of aircraft parked out in the runway. The tally came to 43, mostly Tornadoes and Jaguars, with an odd Mirage or Vigan about, but no U.S. Navy craft. Still, it was a formidable force sitting out in the freshly laid tarmac, not even counting the dozen or so airplanes. They're always airborne and constantly patrolling above the Bundswinder 4 military district like murderous hawks looking for. And where the fuck do they get the parts and the fuel to keep a constant fucking barrier air combat air patrol in the air? Oh, eat shit! Eat my entire ass! What the fuck? So Mack Malone is still writing? He's still actually making money on this shit. I need you guys to find me who the fuck is his current publisher. See if you can find who his fucking agent is. Find me, if you guys could find out who his fucking publishing house is at least, and if it's public knowledge who his agent is, please let me fucking know, because I could clear this fucking bar by tripping. That's right, I'm calling you out, Mack Malone. You think I can fucking do better than this shit? Forge books? They're gonna get a couple fucking submissions from me. I'll fucking live stream myself fucking writing them. See if I fucking don't. All in all, it was a sight that sickened him. Another reminder of just how firmly the country that he and his friends and millions of people like them had fought so hard to preserve was under the brutal Nazi heel. Maybe it's best that Hawk isn't alive to see this, he murmured sadly, resuming the ongoing conversation with himself. And maybe I'm the fool for just hanging on. It took another half hour for Fitz to reach his eventual destination, the little red schoolhouse in the far southern end of the city. It looked like something out of a 1950s magazine pictorial, with a freshly painted white picket fence and tiny, well-maintained flower garden intact. It was once a public elementary school. Now it was the Fourth Reich Re-Education Center number 5781. Lay it on with that fucking trowel, fuckface. Just fucking shovel it down my throat. I, too, watched fucking, what was the goddamn movie? Red Dawn. I loved it, but motherfucker. Fitz steamed every time he saw the meticulously hand-painted sign, imagining that the other 5,780 other re-education centers scattered across the divided, conquered country probably looked just as quaint, just as perfect, just as hideous. What are you doing, dude? What are you doing, dude? Stop with the... You put all the adjectives in all the wrong places. Propagandist willholes, he mumbled, adjusting his clerical collar again. I think I'd rather face a firing squad. Keep talking out loud in the enemy-occupied area, you dumb fuck, and you probably will. But his work here was important. He was certain of this. So it was necessary, for a few moments anyway, to buck up, take the deep breath, and prepare to act priestly. He hurried up the white stone walk and through the front door where two heavily armed guards scrutinized his ID cards before letting him proceed. Walking down the long, dark corridor, he reached a familiar green door and went in. Good morning, Father Mackenzie, came the chorus from the children in the classroom as soon as they saw him. Good morning, children, Fitz responded, giving them a quick and sloppy hand gesture that approximated the sign of the cross. Is everyone well today? Yes, we are, came back the unified reply. There were 57 of them in all, kids from 4 years old to 7. Orphans mostly. They were brought to number 5781 shortly after the invasion to be re-educated in the ways of the European fascists. You will eat the baguette every morning, Jack? Jack? You will recycle the package, Jack? 4 hours every morning, the constantly changing parade of Nazi political officers came to the school and filled the little heads with fascist garbage. The emphasis was on life and times of Adolf Hitler, who was God Almighty for the Fourth Reich. For 4 hours into the afternoon, Fitz took over and taught them everything from English to math to science and spelling. It was by the strangest quirk of fate that Fitz had become their teacher. After he bribed his way out of a POW holding center up near Decatur and assumed the only skies available to him at the time, he had hidden in an abandoned church for 2 weeks. His wanderings took him into New Chicago. There he had barely escaped a curbside execution by some Fourth Reich soldiers who mistook him for a rabbi. How? Dragged to the local military police station, he employed his considerable verbalizing skills, convinced the harsh officers that he was not only a priest, but a Jesuit priest and educator, a molder of men's minds. Rabbis we kill outright, the officer had told him. Priests and ministers we allow to work themselves to death. Oh my God, did he goose step in circles while he said it? Ja! We work you to death! Ja! Did he have a little white cat to pet in his lap too? Fucking Ryan, why did you have to bring that up? Why did you bring that? Yes! Yes! And he's flying the same fucking F-16. If you look at the fucking cover art online, it's like spaceships and shit. And there's the fucking F-16 just there! Just fucking there! Beer number 2. Oh, Comrade Makarov, save me. Ah, it's good shit. Fitz was shipped to Bummer 4 the next day and assigned a variety of duties, tending the flock with one, teaching the kids with another. He'd been at it for 4 months now and couldn't help but grow fond of each one of the students. He also felt enormously sorry for them. The Nazis were experts at twisting minds. The younger, the better. It was part of the grand scheme to prepare these youngsters as the first generation of new American fascists. Homegrown human machines built in oil by the Fourth Reich. Of course, Fitz was doing everything in his power to derail that outcome. And the kids, though young and somewhat disenfranchised, were smart enough to be willing accomplices. He never pushed them on it, but he knew that they realized their morning propagandizing was a crock. The sure sign came during his first week as their teacher. Announcing that it was art period, he slyly instructed them to draw pictures of the world's worst villain, just to see what would happen. Almost every kid produced ghastly renditions of Hitler. Some with knives sticking into his head, others with bullets being shot through his eyes, several with a hangman's noose around his neck. It was a violent reaction for sure, especially for such young children. But it also spoke volumes about what they considered the truth. Bullshit! At that fucking age, I probably would have drawn that one dude that couldn't beat like Half-Life or something. I mean, fuck me. Just, why are we getting all this shit? Like, is this cocksucker capable of writing something that isn't fucking saccharine melodrama horse shit? Oh, fuck me. Aren't you ashamed? From this part, I mean, listen. The shit I've fucking written. Literally strike Witch's Quest, okay? My little sister, God bless her, she once said to me, it's amazing how shit actually becomes your story. And and like, that summarized so fucking much of writing, right? It's amazing. You know, all the filler bullshit, you know, all that shit. It's amazing how shit actually becomes your story. And yet, like, you can, you know, the setting, the premise, all that you can fucking get away with being awful at. But aren't you ashamed at writing characters like this? Aren't you ashamed at writing actual people as these fucking caricatures? A rotary wings. Oh no. No, 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 no! Stop! Stop! Actually, Hyperion, I think he's better than Ryan Johnson. Or Ryan Johnson, how you pronounce that shit name. Nobody can actually be as bad as that motherfucker. Like, Jesus fuck. Like, let's put it this way. As bad as Mack Malone is, the budget for writing these fucking books is ramen noodles to feed him, booze probably, and a fucking computer to type it on, okay? Ryan Johnson, Ryan whatever the fuck, he had millions of fucking dollars. Multiple millions of fucking dollars. Like tens of fucking millions of dollars to make that fucking movie. So just keep that in mind. From this spark, Fitz ran an everyday drawing period, always instructing them to draw the world's worst villain or the man they hated the most. Every day? And you're not caught. Aren't you fucking creative? From this spark, Fitz decided to do the exact same thing. That's not a spark, that's just doing the same fucking thing. Invariably, they produced pictures of Hitler or Bummerforth's top military governor or their morning re-education teachers. After each art period, Fitz would collect the drawings and destroy them, making sure never to miss one. If he did and the authorities found one, that he had no doubt they would execute the child responsible and him, probably on the spot. Why are you getting all these extra worlds? Making sure never to miss one. If he did and the authorities found one. Why didn't you say found it? If he did and the authorities, or just say if the authorities found one. If the authorities found one, they would surely execute the child and him on the spot. Consolidate this shit, fuckface! What do you want to do first today? Fitz asked the children after he settled behind his creaky desk. Drawing, came the inevitable chorus. Fitz smiled broadly. It was their little secret. Okay, he said, and what do you want to draw? Villains, came the reply. The kids scrambled for their crayons and paper. Oh, you fuckface. But just then, one of the older kids raised his hand. I'm sick of drawing villains, he said. Fitz felt a sudden cold feeling swell in his stomach. What did this mean? What would you want to draw? He asked the boy. The kid thought for a moment and then replied, I'd like to draw a hero, but I don't know any. Do you know any heroes, father? Asked another kid asked. Fitz bit his lip. He had been anticipating such a moment. But should he take the next step? If he did, it would be a dangerous one both for him and the children. Why don't you just tell them to draw Jesus? I mean, Hawk Hunter is basically Jesus already. Except Jesus never had the hottest girl in the entire world as a girlfriend. Which, of course, this fuckface has, too. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him so fucking much. It's unreal. I hate his face. I hate his life. I hate his girlfriend. I hate his play. F-18 is better. F-18 rules. 2 engines. Master race. Fitz felt an embarrassing mist come to his eyes. A mist? A mist? I've known a lot of heroes, he replied. Great men who are always trying to keep this country free. The kids were very excited by this time, though smart enough to keep their voices low in a conspiratorial way. Tell us about the greatest hero that you knew, father, one of the young kids asked, nearly awestruck. Tell us what he was like. Fitz moved his chair even closer to the eager students. All right, he said slowly. Let me tell you about a man named Hawk Hunter. We're on page 21. Chapter 2. It was now midnight. The air was still and hot around Fitzgerald's billet, the only relief coming from the slight cool mist rising off the river nearby. His shelter was a tiny wooden and tin shack. Just say tin shack. We know that tin's supported by wood. Just, fuck you. Next to a small drawbridge to span the narrow, fast-flowing Wabash River. Like his priest's collar, this dilapidated hut came with a job. It was another one of his many tasks to perform as the span's bridge keeper. Okay, he has to literally tend the flock, and he's a school teacher, and he's a bridge keeper. Are these fascists fucking retarded? Whenever anyone with proper ID cards appeared in the far bank and wanted to cross, it was up to Fitz to lower the bridge. Of all his jobs, this one was by far the least taxing. The bridge was seldom used and was only open late at night or early in the morning while he was on duty. His traffic was made up mostly of Fourth Reich armored cars returning from long-range patrols. What do they find a gas for this? Though on occasion citizens would hail him from the far bank. Usually these people are on a pilgrimage to Bummer 4 to pay their oppressive taxes. Oh, my sweet, aching fucking head. It had been a long day. It had begun with the morning shepherding duties, and then the hot afternoon at the school, and then the 10-mile walk back from Bummer 4 to this place. Through it all, he hadn't eaten anything and sipped barely a glass of water. Just like everything precious, food and water were severely rationed to Americans living under the Nazi domination. Most people ate just once a day. Why? You're in the breadbasket of the United fucking States? True facts. You know, Hitler actually didn't stop producing consumer goods until 1943. They actually didn't move Germany to a full wartime fucking economy until 1943. They weren't even running 3 shifts at their factories. I shit you negative. They were not running the 3 shifts at the factories. And they were still producing consumer goods. And this is also when the Wehrmacht would not issue contracts to factories that would use fixed tooling. You know why? They were still producing consumer goods at least. Hitler remembered World War I and how the public opinion had turned against the war effort because of the privatizations, whatever that fucking word is that means, shit deal. The lack because of the all-out war effort. People couldn't buy a fucking toaster, they couldn't buy a goddamn mill wheel, they couldn't buy shit, they couldn't buy anything. You couldn't even get a fucking rubber tire for your tractor. And it turned public opinion against the war effort. So he actually kept consumer goods flowing because he was worried about public opinion. He didn't want the people angry. He didn't want them, marching around torches, kind of privations, I think it is. So these fucking fiction Nazis are literally fucking comically worse than the actual fucking Nazis that murdered millions and millions of innocent people. When you go this far, you have officially gone in when you literally write characters that are literally worse than the actual real life Nazis, you're a fuckhead. It had been a long day. Hasn't it just? It had begun with his morning shepherding duties, and then the hot afternoon at the school, and then the 10-mile walk back from Bummerford to this place. 10 miles? Through it all, he hadn't eaten anything and had sipped barely a glass of water. Just like everything, precious food and water was severely rationed. Yada. Fitz had just finished his only meal, watery soup and stale crackers, and when he heard an all too familiar sound coming his way. The distinctive sputtering of the VBL armed scout car's engine echoed off the tin roof of the small shack. By the time the engine popped, Fitz could tell the Fourth Reich vehicle was a half-mile away and approaching fast. How the fuck does timing the engine pops? What? Scattered on the table next to him were the scribblings of a very rudimentary sabotage plan he'd been working on for months. On top of the papers was a nearly depleted bottle of homemade wine. To be caught with either would mean certain death. Wine? Fuck you. He rolled the wine bottle under his bunk and then quickly stuffed the documents into a secret chamber inside his large homemade crucifix. Well, that's not obvious. Hanging the cross over his damp, oily bunk, he tilted it slightly to give it a neglected look. Then he refastened his clerical collar. A minute later, the small scout car screeched to a halt in front of his billet. The knock at the door came a few seconds later. Fitz opened the creaky door to find 2 Fourth Reich officers and 2 of the hated night soldiers glaring in at him. The officers had their pistols out and ready. The NS were armed with rifles and large nightsticks. "Come with us, priest," one of the officers snarled at him in barely recognizable English. "You have work to do." Fitz pretended to check the time. "It's so late, my friends," he replied. "The best work is done in the day." The younger of the 2 officers reached in, grabbed Fitz's collar, and dragged him out of the hut, pushing him into the pair of soldiers. "Convince him," the officer said matter-of-factly. With this, one of the NS men whipped the back of Fitz's leg with his baton. Fitz instantly collapsed to his knees, whereupon both soldiers began striking him across his back, shoulders, and kidneys. He tried to get up, but a boot heel knocked him flat to the ground. Suddenly there was a growling face next to his ear. "You work when we tell you to work. Do you understand?" Fitz inhaled a mouthful of dirty sand. In all his experiences against various foes, he never hated an enemy as much as these men. He vowed it would be to their detriment that he was full-blooded Irish, and therefore an expert in holding grudges. Okay, that's a good line. "I understand, my son," he spit out. "I'll be glad to go with you." He was picked up by his battered legs and arms and thrown into the back of the VBL scout car. Soon they were speeding down the roadway toward Bummer 4. Oh, Mac, I can't take any of these fuckfaces seriously. How do you fucking live with yourself? I'm sorry, but I don't care if you're making enough money to like hire a fucking parade of hookers to suck your dick. No. You still did this and put it out there. You're still responsible. No amount of hooker dick sucking can fucking free you from the knowledge that comes to you at night as you lay awake in bed. You did this. The only sign of life inside the city's limits were the roving bands of mechanized NS who specialized in finding and summarily executing anyone breaking the strictly enforced dusk to dawn curfew. Oh, come the literal fucking Nazis didn't summarily execute people for the curfew. Fuck you. Fitz could just barely see out of the scout car's rear window, but he could tell they were heading for Bummer 4 Aerodome. Aerodome? Aerodome? If there's a Zeppelin in this book, I am going to drive to Massachusetts. I'm going to find your house. And I am going to shit on your fucking doorstep. Okay? Okay? They roared through the air. He could hear the constant low rumbling of jet engines that always emanated from the airfield. The never-ending aerial patrols took off and landed. Right, because they totally got fuel for that, in parts and everything. They roared through the aerodome's main gate, past dozens of airplanes, and out to its most isolated runway. The scout car came to a halt in a particularly dark edge of the base, and Fitz exited the vehicle courtesy of an officer's boot. Once again, falling to his knees, he found the shovel thrust into his hands. "Am I to dig my own grave?" he asked the senior officer. The man laughed cruelly. "Not yet, priest." The second officer yanked Fitz up by his clerical collar and directed his line of sight to 3 tall telephone poles driven into the ground about 15 feet away. The one in the middle had a large wood beam tied across its top. A human body was nailed to the beam. They literally fucking crucified somebody. The man's arms and legs are broken, and the wounds where the nails have been driven into his hands and feet were grotesque and bloated. A string of barbed wire had been pulled tight around his neck and crotch. He looked like he'd been hanging there for at least several hours, maybe even a day. Fitz made a quick sign of the cross, and not entirely to keep in character. The 4 soldiers burst out laughing. "Look familiar?" the senior officer asked him. "Really, motherfucker?" Now, at this point, I'm just fucking interested in how much more of a fucking retarded caricature can he make. Fitz tried to say something, but he couldn't. The second officer kicked him hard in the back and then pulled out his pistol. Start digging, he ordered. 30 minutes later, Fitz had carved out a shallow grave. The officers had departed briefly, returning with 2 slave laborers from the base. With Fitz's help, these men went about the grisly duty of removing the battered victim from the cross, using the ladder, ropes, and crowbar. Not wanting to witness the gruesome task firsthand, the 4 soldiers had walked about 50 feet away, where they spent the time smoking cigarettes and talking. Once the limp body was down, Fitz steeled himself and studied the man's face. He was probably no more than 30 years old, with red hair, close cropped, and a hint of a beard. His hands were calloused and dirty, not with soil but with grease. He was wearing tattered and burnt blue coveralls. He was not a prisoner, was he? Fitz whispered to the workman. No, he wasn't, one of the workmen replied under his breath. Was he an American? Fitz asked him. Yes, he worked here on the base, the other man hastily whispered. He was on the crew of the helicopter repair unit. Fitz was surprised. Why would they do this to such a valuable man? He was a saboteur, came the hushed reply. They caught him putting water into the gas of their helicopters. One of their big ones crashed up north last week. They traced the contaminated fuel back to him. How? Fitz looked down at the man. His face was covered with dirt and dry blood. So he was a hero, he whispered, thinking back to his art class as a kid earlier. Another hero. And that's a drink. I'd take National Park Girls any day of the fucking week, my bro. I can't. They are in short supply these days, the first workman said. They hushed as one of the Fourth Reich officers walked over. Are you not going to say a prayer, holy man? He asked Fitz in thick German accented English. You will say the prayer, Jack? We have ways to make you say the prayer. Fitz almost gagged. He buried more than a dozen people in the past few months. It was yet another one of his duties. But this was the first time he'd been asked to do a eulogy. In the past, the Nazi soldiers were loath to such religious necessities. But now the workman stopped, and suddenly all eyes were on Fitz. He felt numb. The man was about to be laid to rest, and a false priest was praying over him. It was no way to leave this world. Take care of his soul, Lord, Fitz finally murmured, making up a prayer as he went along. Take care of all our souls. He looked at the victim's cracked and broken face. It was too dirty to be buried. Fitz took a canteen from one of the workers and pulled a rag from his pocket. Wetting the piece of cloth, he gingerly began to wipe the bloody grime from the man's face. Suddenly, the man's eyes opened. The 2 workers yelped in unison, and one fainted dead away. The Fourth Reich officer was frozen in place, hand grabbing his mouth, unable to move. Like they wouldn't just shoot him. Fitz himself was absolutely stunned. It was as if the man had come back from the dead. Water, the man gasped weakly. Please give me water. Fitz quickly poured some water into a shaking hand and fed it into the man's caked and cracked lips. Am I dead? The victim wheezed. Fitz could only shake his head no. Yes, you are. Alerted by the workers' cries, the remaining soldiers had run over by this time. This man is still alive, Fitz informed them. His tone was one of disgust for the fascist troopers. They couldn't even kill a man correctly. The 4 soldiers were wide-eyed and trembling at the strange turn of events. This is impossible, one of the officers said. I was here. I saw him die. Oh, fucking come on. As if they wouldn't just shoot him. Like, literally, what the fuck are you writing? You've just written these motherfuckers to be literally worse than actual Nazis. And you're telling me they wouldn't just blow the dude away? As did I, the other officer declared. There was a long moment of silence as Fitz directed more canteen water into the man's mouth. What shall we do? One officer asked the other in thick German. What shall we do, Jack? The first officer was furious. Like all the Fourth Reich soldiers, he was a slave to the curse of absolute efficiency. If something is not done right, it calls for an investigation to correct the imperfection. And such expediency was not his virtue. The thought of simply putting a bullet into the man's brain never crosses. Wait, you're telling me that absolute efficiency is not a bullet to the brain? No, they gotta bring him back to life so they can do an in-depth study on proper crucifixion techniques. No, the next thing be like, Ja, we did not crucify the man correctly, Ja. We must do a study, Ja. Nail the priest to the cross, Ja. Fucking. Bring him to the hospital, of course, he shouted at the others. Instantly, three other soldiers put Fitz and the workmen aside. They lifted their seriously injured man at the back of the scout car. Then, without another word, they climbed aboard and roared away toward the Aerodome Infirmary. Fuck you! Come on, just kill the mother. Are you fucking stupid? The 747 jumbo jet circled the Bummer 4 aerodrome once before coming in for a less than textbook landing. Chapter 3, by the way. For anyone remembering what the gigantic but graceful airliner looked like before World War III, the sight of this jumbo was an assault on the senses. Garishly painted in black and red, from the hundreds of square feet of flame decals on its wings, right down to the enormous flying tiger-style shark mouth painted on its nose, it managed to look both silly and demonic. No sooner had the 747 set down than its two escort aircraft, a pair of ancient F-105 Thunder Chiefs, landed behind it. They too were painted in almost obscenely showy colors. One was covered with black and day-glow orange checkerboard squares. The other was a swirl of X-rated tattoos. So the second one literally has waifu camo. The thuds rolled up next to the 747, and all three aircraft slowly taxied toward their appointed parking station. An edgy delegation of Fourth Reich officers was waiting for the trio of airplanes, surrounded by a company of heavily armed NS. So they're nervous. They watched nervously as the jumbo jet screeched to a halt barely 20 feet in front of their review stand. Its huge cartoonish mouth looming over them as if to devour them whole. It's not a complete sentence, you motherfucker. The F-105 pilots popped their canopies and slowly disentangled themselves from the safety harnesses and life support systems. They emerged, both dressed in identical black leather flight suits, heavy flight boots, and decal-plastered helmets. Both dressed in identical black leather flight suits, heavy flight boots, and decal-plastered helmets. Retrieving their AK-47 assault rifles from a special storage space under the F-105 seat. You're not gonna. No. The pilots climbed down from the airplane and walked around in front of the jumbo jets. Several NS men instinctively raised their own rifles as the armed flyers approached, but their officers waved them away. They're not stupid, the senior Fourth Reich officer crackled in German. They're not stupid, the radio crackered. Are you shitting me? Let's make sure we're not either. Fluff fucking who? I knew it. The two pilots yanked off their black helmets to reveal two long manes of gnarled, stringy hair and scruffy beards to match. I'm Bone. He's Itchy, one of the pilots said by way of crude introduction. First Squadron, Cherry Busters. What? Left Silderbus, one of the Fourth Reich officers whispered to another who didn't speak English. Air pirates. I fucking. Do you have the cargo, my friend? The senior Nazi officer Major asked the air pirate named Bone. Do you have the blow, man? Bone asked back. The Fourth Reich officer turned and nodded to his second in command. This man in turn signaled the driver of the jeep waiting nearby. Why all the signaling? Why just prepare to go, prepare to go. Why always prepare to go? Just go. Just go, just go. Zoom. The vehicle lurched ahead, circled underneath the jumbo jet, and came to a stop near the second F-105. Because we really need to know where the fuck it parked. The air pirates accompanied the Fourth Reich Major around to the back of the jeep, where 3 suitcases had been placed. The Major snapped the buckles off the first of the suitcases and opened it. Inside was 75 pounds of pure cocaine. Bone dipped his finger into the sea of white powder, tasted it, and pronounced it good. The second suitcase was open. It contained 98 pounds of pure heroin. Bone picked up a pinch and put it into his right nostril. He sniffed, sneezed, and gave the thumbs-up signal. The third suitcase was snapped open. Inside are 10 football-sized chunks of crack. For this test, the pirate named Itchy stepped forward. Using an enormous Bowie knife, he cut off a small piece, put it between his filthy teeth, and gave it a crunch. Ace is up, he assured Bone, fine as wine. Bone immediately raised his hand over his head and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the 2 large cargo doors installed in the 747's port side creaked open. Inside are 211 very frightened girls, ranging in age from young teens to early 20s. They are all wearing ill-fitting t-shirts and baggy pants. Each one had their hands bound together. Well, the air pirate Bone asked, turning back to the Fourth Reich Major wearing a snide smile, can we do business? So now we don't even have the Viking excuse. You know, Mac, your fucking obsession with rape is starting to make me hate you in ways I didn't know was fucking possible. Like, what the fuck is your problem? What is your actual fucking problem? You fucking creep. It just comes up too much, man. I'm sorry, it just comes up too fucking much. How many fucking nubile women are left in America at this fucking point, with all the fucking rape you've written into the backstory here? Fuck you! You know, in the olden days, you know what they would do to someone they caught rape, that was guilty of rape? They'd kill the motherfucker. It was literally considered worse than murder. There's a fucking reason for that. Okay? I can understand using it to motivate a character. I can understand using it to make the bad guys really bad. Like, personally, when I read Wuthering Heights, I was disgusted by the narrator character. Because you get to the point where the narrator character finds out that the young Catherine is literally being held prisoner in, whatever was it, something Grange, by an evil dastardly plot to make her marry a dude. Forced marriage. At that point, I wanted the fucking Viewpoint character to go up to Gilby Grange or whatever it was. And this is literally what I wrote in my fucking paper in my AP English class. Is that at this point, how is this motherfucker not going up there with a cutlass and a brace of pistols? Because in my estimation, a real man, a man worthy of the title of man, especially in that era, that is the only fucking appropriate response. How do you fucking live with yourself? Like, okay, yeah, this woman's basically being forced into marriage. It's basically rape, you know. But I'm cool with it. I'm just going to stick my thumb up my ass and walk this way. Like, even though I get, okay, you're just a framing device, you're just here to deliver a story, but even, especially at the time, it would have been very jarring for readers for a fucking, this narrator to not wake up and remember, hey, I am actually a fucking full-blooded, grown-ass adult fucking male in the Victorian era where this shit didn't fly. But this motherfucker just revels in the idea of mass rape just being a thing. 747's full of it. Or Vikings kidnapping gazillions of fucking young women and shipping them back across the sea to Norway to be enslaved and raped forever. Gee, I sure fucking hope Mack remembers, to write in them being rescued from their fucking fate at some point. Or we're just gonna fucking write that off, huh? Fuck you, you sick fuck. You fucking twisted piece of shit. I'm sorry. If you know how in Japanese isekai genre, have you ever noticed how fucking often rape shows up in those? Just take fucking Goblin Slayer for an example. At some fucking point, you can't excuse it as being edgy. At some point, it's fucking obvious that it's in there as fan service. This shit does not show up this frequently, this persistently, without there being some fucking prurient interest on the part of the fucking author. Fuck you, because if I know we're talking about a motherfucker that literally cannot stop fucking applying the mortar with a goddamn shovel, but fuck! Chapter 4, page 31. How many people are watching? We got 14 fucking people? 14? Is that all? Is that all? Is that all I'm fucking worth, huh? Is that all I'm fucking worth? I've only updated the fucking description of this with a live read and everything like fucking twice. Maybe I gotta refresh the fucking window here. There we go. There we go. It's properly listed. Did they not like it? Did they not like my fucking tears? Bastards. You fucking bastards. I want the whole world to fucking witness this bullshit. Ugh. Fitz woke up to the sound of someone screaming. Oh my god. Are we still fucking on this bullshit? He rolled out of his bunk, falling to the dirty floor. Beside him, gleaming in the dull light of dawn. In the dull dawn light. You son of a bitch! Your passive voice is just the most fucking irritating fucking bullshit. Have you never actually woke up in the morning and said, I actually want to write like a guy that is a knuckle-dragging, simian, shit-flinging retard? Have you any goddamn respect for the fucking craft of writing? Of course you don't, because you made money on this fucking trash! And I already finished the second beer. Actually, my third beer, not counting the Black Russian. In the dull light of dawn, with an empty bottle of bad wine next to that scattered on the floor were the notes of his fledgling sabotage plan. He was horrified. It had happened again. He started working on the plan, got drunk, passed out, leaving himself foolishly exposed. If the Ennis had found his place in this condition, they would have shot him on the spot, or more likely, slowly, painfully crucified him. Help! Please help us! Well, there's a quick jump. Fitz was suddenly going in 3 directions at once. He was gathering up the 2 dozen or so notes of his plan, stuffing the empty wine bottle under his bunk, and grabbing his clerical collar, all at the same time. Outside, he knew the Wabash River was up and raging. The fog and spray were all over his cracked and stained windows. Help us! He burst out the door and saw 2 people, an old man and a young woman, floundering in swift-moving waters near the opposite side of the river. Hang on! He yelled to them, running to the small building which held the controls of the drawbridge. Hang on! He punched the bridge release valve and relieved the thing worked in the first try for a change. Slowly the battered drawbridge clanked its way down, landing on the opposite side with a mechanical thud. Armed with a thick coil of rope and 2 life preservers up and ready. Where the fuck did he get those? Fitz was running across the rickety 50-foot span even before it had secured itself on the other side. He tossed one of the life preservers into the water, nearly beaning the old guy in the process. The man was struggling to hold on to the young girl, but her slight frame made her particularly vulnerable to the rushing waters. The old man managed to grab the life preserver, but in doing so lost his grip on the young girl. It was at this moment Fitz knew the rope and life rings wouldn't do it this time. Hungover and still groggy from the night before, he climbed up onto the bridge railing and plunged into the rapid, chilly waters, clothes, collar, and all. The 2 potential victims were about 20 feet from the shoreline at this point. Fitz hit the water with a mighty splash about 10 feet further out. He allowed the cold, violent current to sweep him into both of them, hooking the old man with one arm and getting a firm hold on the young girl with the other. Together they all rode the current. Fitz kicked his feet madly in an attempt to gradually steer them toward the bank, but the water's current was stronger than all 3 of them. Several times Fitz found himself underwater, being dragged along the river's rocky bottom, all while trying like hell to hang on to the pair without drowning in the process. It quickly became a losing battle. He was gagging on mouthfuls of water and gasping for breath. The girl was screaming, the old man was gurgling, and Fitz could feel the strength drain out of him as the mighty river violently tossed him about. Is how it ends, he thought in his last flash. Is how it ends? Who edited this fucking book? Asshole! Is how it ends, he thought in his last flash of life. A pilot all my life and I wind up drowning? I thought Fitz was the dude that was the submariner by trade. What? Now his lungs were filling with water. He was sinking fast. Everything was quickly going to black. He closed his eyes and felt the world crash in on him. The next thing he knew, he was carrying the 2 drowning people to shore. How? Nigga's about to drown like a fucking dwarf, and then the next second he's rising out of it like Jesus? Third beer. It's been in the ice the longest. We're reading about Russians, so it's appropriate that Comrade Makarov shall open my beer. Not Russians, Nazis, right? Yes, Comrade Makarov, the Nazi slayer. Good boy, good boy, good boy. Wait, Makarov was made post-war. Well, neo-Nazis, it fits. More than a quarter of a mile. Quarter of a mile? More than a quarter dash mile away. Just say quarter mile away. You don't need to say quarter of a mile away. I will cut you. I'm gonna cut you so fucking bad. You're gonna wish I didn't cut you so bad. More than a quarter of a mile away, a pair of NS sentries were watching the drama unfold from atop their watchtower. I don't believe this, one soldier said. Did we really just see that? The other could hardly speak. 1 second they were gone. But now they're alive, the other soldier gasped. But I don't know how. Was it a trick? Just for our benefit? Impossible. Yet. The 2 guards felt a rising panic between them. Like most NS guard tower sentries, these 2 were forced to work, or at least stay awake, for 18 hours at a time, 6 days a week. No surprise then that these men were drug abusers, amphetamine pet pills being their choice. Were they now paying the price? We must report this. Why that deliberate? We must report this? Or is it just shoddy editing again? How? His partner asked. What words could we possibly use? What words could we But tell me, is this better than getting it through Twitter? Is this better than Twitter? Hmm? Are you guys enjoying hearing my fucking tears of rage and my ineffectual hate just fucking flowing from me? Is that what you wanted? You want to hear me cry? You want to hear me fucking weep? Is that what you want? You want to hear when I fucking open up my wrists and just fucking end it all? Or are you hoping for that final terminal gunshot that I just fucking escape this world and all the fucking Mack Malones in it? Is that what you want? Shaken and confused, the two soldiers stared at each other and then back to where the incident had happened. They could see the man who jumped into the water helping the two near-drowned victims back across the bridge. "It is a drug," the first sentry declared. "We've used too many, too long." "Yes," the other replied, his voice shrill with numb fear. "It was a hallucination." "It was an hallucination?" "It was an hallucination?" I'll be back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Spill my beer, but it's cool. Spill my beer, but it's cool. I've got more beer. We're gonna fucking need it, pal. Oh, are we gonna need it? Oh, God, are we gonna fucking need every goddamn bit? Like, you got no idea. So. It was an hallucination. A trick of the eyes. Right then, they made a solemn pact. Never again would they discuss with anyone that they had seen a man walk on the water. What was the joke I made earlier? Like, so he walks out of there like fucking Jesus, and then, like, not down the page, he actually walks out of there like fucking. Like, now you guys know I'm telling the truth. Like, in the last book, right, I'm doing the Twitter thread, and we're getting back to the motherfucking. Okay, the dude that the nuclear Vikings got angry with because they couldn't fix their sub, so they literally cut off his hands, his arms, and his legs, and his tongue. But it's cool. It's cool because the dude is so tough that he just had another dude tie a screwdriver to his stump, and he proceeded to communicate in Morse code with his stump driver. Yes. Despite the horrifying shock trauma inflicted upon him, he is just so fucking game, he continues communicating the Morse code with the stump driver. Later in the book, this motherfucker shows up, and I knew it was going to be him, right? Like, the nuclear Vikings, this particular sub gets bombed, they all bail out of it, but they're led to safety by their enterprising hero. And remember, this happens in Florida, right? And, a good leader manages to lead him away. And I'm like, wait a minute, it's Smiley, isn't it? The dude that communicates as the stump driver. Skip to the end, skip back, and I'm like, yeah, it's Smiley. And as they flee the site of the disaster, they come across an abandoned airfield with a strange-looking aircraft on it. And I go, maybe it's the fucking space shuttle. Why? Because I was still fucking salty about Hawk Hunter. Previously, not like 50 pages earlier in the book, had been revealed or re-mentioned that in addition to being God's gift to Earth, a military genius, having the hottest girlfriend on Earth, and literal ESP powers, before World War III, he had been one of the few people selected to be the next pilot of the space shuttle. And I was still fucking salty about it, right? I'm still fucking salty. Maybe it's a space shuttle. And then, now like 6 fucking lines later, Cape Canaveral. It is actually the fucking space. And I'm like, on Twitter, I was like, listen, I know you guys are gonna, there's no fucking way that actually happened. There's no fucking way that actually fucking happened. Right? He totally read the whole thing and then went back and made it up like it was a joke, right? No. That happened. That shit's coming to you fucking live, and now y'all just saw that shit live. This shit you can't fucking make up. Like, every fucking time I think this cocksucker can't go any more cliche, he finds another fucking cliche. F person, I am literally fucking reading aloud a Wingman book. I'm trying to read it aloud, but every 5 fucking minutes, some motherfucking bullshit happens that just makes me hate the world that allows this to happen. Fuck. I can't. I got my fan going behind me and it's drying out some notebooks that got wetted down. Of course, the fucking beer spills, and they're like the one thing in the desk that's going to be affected by that. Chapter 5, The Reich Palast. What the fuck is that? The celebration had lasted all through the night, now into the early morning. Well, boy, they know how to party, huh? It had begun as a rather stately gathering. The Fourth Reich had carried a passion for such things with them from Europe, and so they never missed an opportunity to create a formal affair. Kind of like that party where, what was his fucking name? The one that, Hartman, that was it. Fucking Hartman literally stole Hitler's hat. The excuse this time, the air pirates, Itchy Bone and the crew of 20 from the jumbo jet were to be feted at a welcoming dinner. Let me guess, at the end of the party they rape all the women. As soon as the initial business overtures were completed at the airport, the air pirates found themselves riding in a string of stretched limousines, roaring to the small, quaint streets of Bummer 4. Quaint? A full military escort of Venice motorcycle troops and scout cars led the way, sirens screaming. Of course they got motorcycles because we are the Nazis, Jack. I swear to God, if there's Zeppelins in this book, I'm gonna shit on your doorstep. I'm gonna fucking make that happen. The short parade ended feted, not feted. Feted. It's got like a little fated, you know. Fucking, I don't know. How do you, yeah, exactly. I don't know. Did I pronounce it right? I'm fucking drunk. Fuck you. The short parade ended at the Reich Palast, loosely the Empire Palace, which is the ceremonial seat of the Bummer 4 government. They actually spelled it right that time, but I can't pronounce Bundeswehr or whatever. Huge, ornate, imposing, the white concrete building was the first structure built by the Fourth Reich after establishing Bummer 4. Modeled after the late 1930s Reichstag, the Reich Palast is by far the largest building within the thousands of square miles of the military district. They literally build a fucking miniature Reichstag everywhere? Are you fucking me now? Literally, they build a mini Reichstag? Fuck you! The ceremony was held inside the building's main dining room. A long white marble table had been set for the 50 participants, half being members of the Cherry Busters. Cherry Busters? So the group that just fucking brought in like 200 teenage and 20-something women to be raped by the fucking neo-Nazis are literally called the Cherry Busters. Why? 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 Why did this motherfucker get paid money? Who fucking signed off on this fucking book? I want names. I want fucking names and addresses. So I can send them my fucking manuscript. The other half high officers of the Fourth Reich. At the head of the table is a perilously thin, ghostly pale man of 60 who is the supreme commander of the entire Bummer 4, the one they call the Erste whatever the fuck, or first governor. His face and mind bearing scars from a half-dozen major wars, the first governor was known far and wide as the most tyrannical of all conquered America's Fourth Reich military rulers. Good for him. He frequently bragged about having no conscience, no shame, no fear. His life, he said, was of total service to the Fourth Reich. Nothing else mattered. He read a long, rambling, welcoming statement, one which arrogantly recapitulated. Recapitulated? Recapitulated. 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 Past tense, recapitulated. Past participle, recapitulated. Summarize and state again the main points of. It's an actual fucking word? Okay, this round goes to you. Arrogantly recapitulated his fairly substantial contribution in organizing and executing important elements of the Fourth Reich's secret invasion force. Then he lectured the air pirates on the benefits of living the fascist life. Finally, he announced that he would soon be leaving for a trip. His destination was, whatever the fuck, the city to the south that was once known as St. Louis and Football City. Ah, so this is the city where the Football City Rangers came from in the last book. That just tripped me up every time. Who the fuck called their unit Football City Rangers? Football City? Well, you know for sure it ain't fucking Detroit. Fucking Lions. But that was now the capital city for all of Fourth Reich America. His purpose for the trip was to attend the wedding ceremony of the Amerikaführer, the top Nazi official in the occupied lands. Once his speech was done, a lavish meal of broiled lamb, kebab, boiled cabbage and potatoes, steamed in apple jelly was laid on. The wine flowed fast and furiously during the meal, and afterward tankards of ale were brought in for the hosts and guests. And were the fucking waitresses wearing Oktoberfest outfits? Crude and unschooled in the art of diplomacy, Bone and Itchy nevertheless knew a return gift of the Norder. They had a brief discussion, and then Bone broke out one of the many 2-pound bags of cocaine he just traded for. Tapping out 2 enormous lines of the nose candy, he offered his gold-plated Coke spoon to the nearest Fourth Reich officer. At first, the high-nosed fascists were taken aback by the act. For many, it was the only benefit of cocaine within its trade value. It was something only the lower forms of human life indulged in. Indulged here is spelled I-N-D-V-U-L-G-E-D. Indulged in. Indulged? How did that V come from, fuckface? Wait, maybe I should Google that to make sure it's not an actual fucking word. Let's see. I-N-D-V-I-V-U-L-G-E-D. Indulged. Nope! You fucked up, asshole! But then the first governor, drunk on wine and ale, stepped up to Bone's place at the table, leaned over, and took a long, noisy sniff of cocaine. Fine as wine, he declared, whatever the fuck that means, signaling that snorting the drug was politically correct, at least on this night. The 2-pound bag was gone in less than an hour. And here comes the rape! I called it! I fucking called it! It was around midnight when the first governor called for the young girls. I fucking knew it! Cocksucker. Fucking disgusting piece of shit. It was around midnight when the first governor called for the young girls. There were 30 of them in all, selected for their beauty, their innocence, and their vulnerability. You sick fuck! You fucking fuck! And they're vulnerable. Obviously fucking obsessed with the rape fantasy. From the load of more than 200 brought in by the Cherry Busters. Just where the air pirates had captured them, none of the Nazis knew or cared. The only thing that mattered was that each girl had what the Nazis called something breeding quality. The purpose for buying the 200 young women was to eventually match them with the perfect breeding males, impregnate them, and start the new American Aryan race. Still, this did not preclude other uses for them. In other words, rape! The girls were ushered in by heavily armed NS sentries and separated into small groups, based on their age. The last bit of decorum left in the drunken first governor demanded that the outrageous procession begin with the 18-year-olds. They were forced to walk up to the first governor, lift their t-shirt or lower their pants, depending on his whim, and then stand mute and still while they fondled each with the grace of a man checking the skin of a cow. Once they passed this first hurdle, they were shoved down along the table to be grabbed and groped by the other intoxicated guests. While this was going on, a second clutch of frightened girls, those below 18, was brought in. To quote a wit of years past, this is not a book to be tossed aside lightly. It should be thrown with great force, which is what I just did. You sick, twisted fuck! I have seen some sick, gratuitous, obviously fetishistic uses of rape in fiction before, and alleged fiction. Maloney, this shit is literally worse than the stuff I have seen written by the Japanese. Okay? Gate, the isekai manga, Gate, and/or light novel, whatever the fuck it started as, was written by an unironic Japanese nationalist. Someone who thinks that Imperial Japan did nothing wrong. And if there is one thing I have heard repeatedly identified with the Imperial Japanese Army, is that they were rapists. They always harassed the women. As a matter of fact, I saw a fucking documentary about headhunters in New Guinea. The entire tradition of headhunting. I actually tore the cover a little when I threw it against the wall. I hit that nail there. I was so fucking mad. Jesus fuck. It went through a couple pages. Fuck, I was mad. Jesus fucking Christ. No, there's not. This is just rape for the sake of rape. Anyways, the documentary on the New Guinea headhunters, it documented how the Allies were like, hey guys, why don't you start up that headhunter tradition again, except focus on the fucking Japanese invaders. And they interviewed an 80-year-old man or so who had actually been one of the young warriors who had fucking assassinated the Japanese. And he talked about how they lured the Japanese in. They were hiding underwater with their spears and breathing through reeds. And needed the Japanese soldiers to come close so they could pop out and stab them. And they lured them close. So they had the women pretend to bathe in the water, obviously nude, and call out to the soldiers. And he said, this we knew would work because if there's one thing we knew the Japanese always did, it was harass the native women. They never passed up a chance to sexually assault a woman. And Mack Malone, I'm telling you right fucking now, I have seen more egregious and obvious fetishization of rape in your fucking books than I have seen from unironic Japanese nationalists who argue wholeheartedly, pretty much their fiction, that Imperial Japan, did nothing wrong. What the fuck is wrong with you? You son of a bitch! The party evolved into an orgy just after the first rays of the sunrise filtered into the dining hall. It all began when Itchy passed a small canteen to the first governor, indicating that he should sip from it. Oh, here we fucking go again. Inside is the mysterious hallucinogenic drink known as mix. This is the stuff that the the Vikings chug that makes them fucking horny rapists or something. Originating with the Norse invaders who had unwittingly laid open the American East Coast for conquest by the Fourth Reich, the presence of the mix gave the gathering an almost mystical quality. So there we go. Everyone got roofied to the rape is acceptable. Only a few select members of the first governor's inner circle were allowed a sip of the precious nectar to the envy of those left out. Soon those who had imbibed became uncontrollable with lust. The lewd period of simply fondling the teenage girls quickly ended as the mix began to take effect on the dozen or so who had ingested it. Within seconds they had set upon the young women and commenced to engage in every vile act imaginable, all to the utter astonishment and drunken delight of the rest of the guests. Even the nefarious Boone and Itchy were amazed at the outburst of lewd behavior by the seemingly proper Fourth Reich officers. These guys are crazy, Itchy whispered to Bone as they watched the opiated, salacious display. We better watch what we feed them next time. Why not just fucking write all the details? Why not just fucking describe all of it? Why not go straight into fucking porn? Because this is obviously what your fucking readers have come for. I said this at the beginning of the last fucking book when you used the terms when the fucking feminist Nazis were trying to rape the Hawk Hunter's girlfriend, and he literally wrote the words grabbed at her private parts. Like, listen, motherfucker, anyone that gave a shit left the fucking room or threw the goddamn book in the fucking bin the second you got to the literal feminist Nazis. Like, fucking Rush Limbaugh spun on his heel and walked up. No, he didn't. He did a fucking 360 and moonwalked out while flipping you the double shotgun at that point. So why not just fucking write the porn? You son of a bitch! We're on page 38. $345. Page 38 at $345. Chapter 6. Fitz was praying. Is that what you think? Okay, I had a man walk on water in the last chapter, so now I can literally just write a rape orgy and people will still think I'm like somewhere kind of sort of. You know what my fucking mistake was tonight? Was drinking beer. That was a fucking mistake, lads, because it's not strong enough. It just doesn't fucking do it for me. I mean, fucking a couple Black Russians, that much fucking vodka, that fucking takes the. But me, no, I feel sober. I feel. I'm fucking intact right now. My fucking brain's working. Fitz was praying. It was the first time in years that he was on his knees, reaching underneath his bed and praying there was just one more bottle of bad homemade wine hidden back there. Sitting across the room from him were the two people he rescued from the murderous river. Shivering, wet, confused, they were staring at him, simply awestruck that they were still alive. The truth was, Fitz had no idea what had happened out in the raging Wabash. One moment they were all drowning. The next he was carrying them ashore. It had been as simple and as frightening as that. Who are you? The young girl asked him for the 10th time. I'm the cook. Fucking. I'm nobody, Fitz replied, pulling the two empty wine bottles Pulling out 2 empty wine bottles, I'm just a person who runs the bridge. But you are a priest, the old man said. That makes no difference here, Fitz told him, finally giving up on the search for any vino under his bed. He pulled the 3 heavy army blankets out from underneath the bunk and passed 2 of them to the old man and the young girl. They quickly wrapped each other in their coarse covers and huddled the best they could to get warm. Where were you coming from? Fitz asked him, wrapping a blanket around his own shivering body and then putting on a tea kettle to boil. We're lost, the old man croaked. Neither of us can remember where the hell we've been, where we're from, or how the hell we got here. I thought we lived in the desert, but it's just been too crazy. What? Fitz took a closer look at the man. He was probably close to 90 years old or more. Yo, you say what? He was real thin, with long gray hair pulled back into a ponytail. By contrast, the girl was no more than 25 or so. She was small, thin, with red hair, boasting a streak of... How the fuck do you have a streak of blonde and red hair? You fucking say what? This is some anime shit? Yeah, well, strange things have been happening all over, Fitz replied. At that moment, his prayers were answered. He reached between his bunk mattress and spring and found a half-filled flask of wine. He quickly retrieved some small cups and poured out 3 meager helpings. The old man sipped his cup with the young girl down hers in one shot. More will be coming, the old man said. You might save more souls than ours in the days ahead. The water boiled and Fitz prepared 3 strong cups of tea. But just as he turned to serve them to the soaking pair, he heard an engine backfire. He looked out the window. He looked O-A-T, out the window. He just grabbed a fucking bowl of fucking porridge and threw it out the window. What did you guys say the current publisher for Mack Malone was? Did you guys say, what was the current fucking publisher for Mack Malone's book? Please tell me. Forge Books? Thank you. Someone fucking remind me of that. Write it down for me so when I'm fucking sober again, you can remind me. Because I'm sending them a fucking manuscript, and the only goddamn thing I'm putting in the query is, basically, if you cocksuckers can publish Mack Malone, you can publish this shit. Or even I'll just put in the bottom, okay, if you don't like it, just write me back, and I'll put more rape in it for you. You fucking animals. Another beer. I fucking can't. I can't fucking believe this shit. He looked out of the window and saw an NS scout car appear on the far side of the bridge. Damn, he whispered under his breath, spilling some boiling water on his hand. He turned to the old man and girl. If they catch you, they might shoot you. Why? Why? They're just 2 fucking motherfuckers just fucking there. Why the fuck shoot them? Who fucking cares? Papers, please. What are your papers? We have ways to make you give us your papers. I'm going outside to try to stop them. Stay here, don't move. He ran out the door and down to the control house. He'd returned the bridge to its up position after the incident in the river. Now he pushed the bridge release valve to lower it again. But as was the usual case, nothing happened. He slapped it again, but still nothing. The driver of the patrol car blared his siren. Fitz could hear angry screaming coming toward him from the opposite side of the river. You! Lower the drawbridge! Lower the drawbridge now! We have ways to make you lower the drawbridge. What do you fucking look at me like that for? It ain't me in this shit. You come. I want you to fucking look at this shit. I want you to... This is a published book that someone paid fucking money for, and he's still writing books. Okay, give me. Read it. I want you to start at the fucking part where he looked out the window. Just that chapter. I mean, any single fucking line in this book will do it for you. Why did you tell me that, Hyperion? Why did you go say people like this book? Why? Why, my mother says, and she's gotten like 4 pages, like 4 sentences into a random page. It's a
Oh, brother.
That's her. Oh, brother, she says. She just opened it in the middle of the fucking thing, and she can't believe the fucking prose she's reading. Like, I worked an honest job. I actually got up early in the morning and went out into the world, and I fucking hit shit with hammers and carried wood, and I fucking... You know what? I'm just gonna fucking wipe my ass with a couple pages of paper, mail it to this goddamn publishing house, get published. Then I'm gonna send it to my old boss. I'm like, how do you feel, dumb motherfucker, working your entire life doing honest work? Yeah, who's a fool now? Ugh.
This is cliches in capital letters.
Yes, my mother just said this is cliches in capital. Mom, the entire fucking book from...
Quit swearing.
No. Right then, they had made a solemn pact. Never again would they discuss with anyone that they had seen a man walk on the water.
It's almost like it's the material is for a higher, older crowd, but the language is written for third graders, second graders.
And it's like a child playing with blocks.
The
Not even Legos, just like pre-made blocks, cliche blocks that he stacked together.
The vocabulary also is down in the second grade.
Yeah. And this entire chapter is basically just about Nazis raping a whole bunch of women. That's literally all it's about. There's no point to it.
Wow.
And you see this hole in the cover and the damage going through several pages. Actually, almost right to the page I'm on. That's where I threw it against the wall and hit this fucking nail. In that chapter. He did this in the last book too. He's obsessed.
I hate to say, but I've got some.
He's obsessed with rape.
Some texts that are more intellectual than this.
I got the Berenstain Bears are more fucking intellectual than this. They actually teach something. Well, that was good. Now my beloved mother understands why her son is ranting like a son of a bitch and drunk as hell. Next time I come out there with a grim look on my face and start mixing up a fucking Black Russian, no questions, no doubt, no, none of the, that women thing where they ask questions like, why are you doing that? Why are you making another drink? Why is there a combat knife in the ceiling of the shower? None of that bullshit. Nope. Just look and just nod of acknowledgement like, he's back into hell again. Yep. He's back in the thing. He hit the release valve. Again, was immensely relieved to hear the resultant clank of the bridge mechanism finally clutching into place. Slowly, the span began to lower. This entire sequence, all I can think of, imagine the German. I wonder if he will lower the drawbridge without any Da Vinci Code bullshit. Hey, you! Will you lower the drawbridge? And then Fitz is just like, you have 11 matchsticks? The fuck are you? Maybe that's a Prussian accent, not a German accent, but I get that Fitz, doesn't it? Fitz tried to shake the excess water out of his hair, and the patrol car rumbled across the creaky span. He was hoping the vehicle would drive right on past. It didn't. Been baptizing again, priest? The officer yelled at him from the gun turret as the vehicle screeched to a halt. No, just bathing, sir, Fitz yelled back at the unmuffled engine noise. Clean body, clean soul. Raise that bridge, the officer ordered him. It was obvious that he was in some kind of hurry, and until further notice, do not let anyone across who isn't a member of our armed forces. Do you understand? No one? No one! The officer screamed at him. Or I'll shoot you myself! Let the patrol car roared off. No one, Fitz was left to ask. He returned to the shack, scratching his head, yet thankful the NS had not decided to search the place just to harass him. But when he got inside, he found that it didn't matter. The old man and the young girl were gone. Because it is a special German armored car. I cannot fucking believe I cannot write. That I have writer's block or I'm having any issue writing. I cannot fucking believe I'm still ashamed to take money for my writing. I cannot fucking believe that I'm still stuck in this shithole instead of just, living large on fucking cash advances and shit. I can't fucking believe that I have standards. I mean, Twilight exists, right? And Stephanie Meyer literally spelled motes, like M-O-T-E-S, like motes of dust. She spelled it motes, M-O-A-T-S, like motes around the castle, and her editor didn't catch it. And she's literally got so much fucking money she can swim in it. Why am I still alive? Like, why? I mean, as long as I'm going to be stuck in this pointless, empty, miserable existence, I may as well do it with a lot of money. But you know what? I know why. Here's the reason why I can't do what these guys do, even though you're all like, dude, just cash in. It's because Mack Malone likes to write about rape. And so many fucking cliches stacked together, like a brick shithouse made out of cliches. And Stephanie Myers likes to fantasize about rape just in a different way, but it's okay because the rapist is hot and a vampire. And whoever that degenerate piece of fucking shit is that wrote 50 Shades of Grey also likes to write about rape. Me? That's not what I want my fucking writing to be about. Okay? Like, if I had that fucking kink, right? If I was twisted like that, I would fucking write that shit anonymously and scroll it away in some fucking forgotten image board in the depths of the internet. And it would just be to get it out of my head so I could proceed with the real writing. The things I want to be fucking remembered. The proof that I lived. The things I want to talk about from the depths of my heart. That fucking haunt me at night. The stories that haunt me till they get written. That's what I want to do. Not these motherfuckers. These motherfuckers are just like, hey, I'll just slap a pseudonym on there that's paper thin, and anybody could, get through if they had the fucking time and inclination. Sweet Jesus, free me from this hell. The Reich Palast. The first governor opened his eyes and saw the empty canteen and mix on the pillow next to him. He felt a tear roll down his sleepy face. He loved the mix so. To see it gone was truly heartbreaking. He looked at his feet, and found one of the young girls curled up there. She was either asleep or unconscious. Her X-rated black lace bra and garter belt outfit at least a size too big for her teenage body. You sick fuck. I turned to the left, found a second girl, a brunette possibly a year older than the blonde girl at his feet. Why not just say a year older than the blonde? Why not just fucking economize in your words, you son of a bitch? If you're gonna write this fucking trash, is it too much to ask that you write it competently? But certainly no more than that. She was naked and a slight stain of mix was evident on her breasts. The first governor immediately reached over and sucked it off her skin. Like a fucking handy vac. Woo, like, fuck you. The room was dark and it smelled of liquor, smoked cocaine. Smoked cocaine? Like smoked fucking jerky? As opposed to regular jerky? You buy that in the bag and fuck you. And body sweat. He had no idea what time it was, nor did he care. He remembered drinking the mix, watching the incredible orgy in the main dining hall, and dragging the two young girls back to his luxurious bedchamber to rape them. Then they drank some more of the hallucinogenic mixture, and he had his way with them. They drank. Okay, they were all drunk, so it's not actually rape. Now he supposed it was mid-morning, but again he couldn't really tell. As usual, the curtains were pulled tight across the massive bedroom windows, never allowed even a single point of sun into the chamber. That was the way he liked it, dark. Wow. I see a car and I want it painted black. I see a Panzer and I want it painted black. You're so edgy. Fuck you! He licked some more of the mix stain from the brunette's tiny breasts. Just in case the pedophilia rape was not, just in case it was perfectly evident that children are being raped, he makes fucking sure to emphasize it. And then lay back to enjoy whatever reaction even this minuscule amount had in store for him. He closed his eyes. Suddenly there was a dark figure standing over him. It was a man. He was dressed all in black and wearing a black hood over what might have been a helmet, complete with an opaque visor. The first governor shivered once. This was not what he was expecting. Beep boop, I am a fucking robot that cannot use contractions. The figure before him was exuding power, strength, control. All three frightened the Fourth Reich High Commander. What are you? He whispered. Cliches. He whispered, frightened of the strange form of black. Are you a dream? I am the ghost of Finn McCool. Finn McCool. Mac COOL. McCool? Like literally McCool? Rex Power Colt? Thud Hard Dick? Fist Slap Meat? Oh, fuck! The apparition hissed, his voice sounding oddly mechanical. Have you ever heard of me? The first governor immediately wet the bed. I'm not sure. The ghost moved closer to the stricken officer. Is it worth your life to remember? It said. Finn McCool was an old Celtic warrior, the first governor stammered, somehow remembering his student university studies in mythology from 40 years ago. The divine leader of the Fianna and the soldiers of destiny. Am I correct? The spirit didn't respond. A long silence seemed to indicate that the governor was correct. What do you want? The first governor finally blurted out. I want you to say your prayers, was the reply. The eerie, static voice was driving a wedge right through the petrified Nazi psyche. You have been sent to kill me? I am here to save you, came the words that sounded like steam. The first governor let out a long, relieved breath. Strangely, he could see it leave his mouth in the form of a blue mist. So it's a real ghost? How? How can I be saved? He asked the frightful figure. The black ghost loomed even closer to him. Now it was almost as if it was hovering over the huge bed. You must find a man of water, it said. Which I assumed is Fitz, because he used to be on a boomer. He used to work boomers before World War III, and he just walked on the water, right? Right? That's why the whole section was called Part 1, A Man of Water. Right? Right? What was it? Fucking Part 1, A Man of Water. Fuck. I got the buzz back. Thank fuck. Keep coming, beer. Keep coming. Chapter 7, the buns of the weather was the fuck ever. 4 Aerodrome. Both Itchy and Bone were used to flying with hangovers. It had to do with their aircraft's oxygen supply. Nothing cured the morning afterwards, like a few gulps of the Big O. The first thing both of them did after climbing into their respective F-105 is to lock in their oxygen hose and start breathing deep. Instantly, their heads began to clear and their stomachs began to settle. They were never expected to party so hard as the Fourth Reich soldier. Before leaving their main base up near what used to be called New Chicago, their squadron commander had told them that the Fourth Reich soldiers were, in his words, prissy little girls. Nothing that Bone and Itchy saw the night before really dispelled that notion too much. It was just that these new Nazis really hung the rag out when it came to boozing and nose candy and fricking young girls. After you write a fucking massive gang rape by literal neo-Nazis, just say fucking! Put the U in there, you coward! And as far as giving them some mix free of charge, well, that was a mistake Itchy vowed never to make again. But all in all, the business trip had gone well. The Cherry Busters had their pounds of cocaine, smack, and crack. The Fourth Reich had their load of young beauties. For the air pirates of Dortmund, they'd be able to get some hard currency. When turn they'd be able to airplanes. In turn, they'd be one step closer to reestablishing some of their former dominance. This guy in North America, blah, blah, blah. Why are we getting all this detail on soon-to-be corpses? You know they're going to get fucking betrayed. You know the fucking neo-Nazis are going to waste them. Why the fuck am I getting this fucking exposition when they're going to be smoking charred fucking corpses on the tarmac in 5 minutes? I'm good. I'm calming down. I'm taking a deep breath. I'm taking another fucking drink. We're fucking breathing. In, out. We're good. With obstacles like the United Americans and especially the late Hawk Hunter out of the way, as well as the nods from the Fourth Reich, the air pirates were free to expand their operations up into free Canada as well as down into Mexico and Central America. In a word, their future looked, quote, unquote, bright. So, guys, what's going to happen to the air pirates? What's going to happen to our fucking intrepid air pirates within the next 2 pages? What do you think's going to fucking happen? Itchy and Bone rolled their garish F-105 to the end of the aerodrome's main runway and waited for the gigantic 747 jumbo jet to take off. The huge airliner made the best of the aerodrome's 3-mile-long main runway, lifting off a little shakily after a 12,000-foot roll and slowly banking toward the north. Bone and Itchy went next, their antique Thunder Cheese ripping through the mid-morning hot air and lifting off in a particularly ragged 1-2 fashion. How is it ragged? Like, there's only a 2-ship fucking element doing a minimum interval takeoff here. How can they make that ragged? Once airborne, they quickly kicked in their afterburners and caught up with the jumbo, taking defensive positions slightly above and behind the flying behemoth. It promised to be a short flight from whatever Fort to New Chicago, an hour at the most. The skies are clear, the weather perfect for flying, although both Thunder Cheese were equipped with A-9 Sidewinder, air-to-air missiles. Neither pilot expected to fire any. No shit! For them, the skies above the Fourth Reich America were virtually enemy-free. We get it! They're fucking complacent. They think everything's great. A fucking bluebird landed on their finger and sang. It's nothing but fucking cocaine and unlimited rape until the sky's the limit. My God, we're fucking made, and what's gonna happen? What's gonna fucking happen? You tell me what's gonna fucking happen! I'm about to eat this book. I'm about to stuff it in my fucking mouth and just fucking chew it up. The jumbo reached 25,000 feet and was stayed there only a few minutes before starting this descent toward New Chicago's main airport. Itchy actually found his mind wandering back to the night before. The tidal wave of booze, drugs, broads, and debauchery. He imagined similar scenes happening all over the eastern part of the country. As the Fourth Reich tightened his vice grip over the population. Why, he wondered, had people both bothered all those years of things like morals, ethics, laws. Decency was a drag, man. A dead-end street. Whether you live your life good or bad, you still die, so what's the point? That's a good point. I should go shit on Mack Malone's front fucking porch. Like, what's the point, man? May as well fucking pinch a loaf right in his goddamn welcome mat. He felt the pleasant chill go through him. There was definitely a new order settling down across the continent, which would help promise for people like him. But it would be survival of the fittest, and he would have to reach out and grab whatever he could. That was okay. He'd been doing that for most of his life anyways. He made a routine flight check call over to Bone, who was barely paying attention himself. Gee, man, what's gonna happen? Hello? Billy? Are you there? Alright, I'm gonna get naked and take a shower now. I hope no one fucking pops in and murders me. How can anyone like this book? Even if you are a degenerate scumbag fuck that just can't help but wank to rape every day of your life. How do you? Wasn't even described, right? It's not even fucking. It can't even rise to the level of pornography for you. What the fuck about this fuck? How can you be so stupid that you don't see what's coming from 6 miles away and like, all right, motherfucker, I've seen the last 6 neon signs. Just get it over with. I can't even fucking away the page because it's fucking prose. This passive voice, dog shit, knuckle dragging, slow ass prose. Ooh! This is a fucking milk run, Bone called back over. Don't bug me with this flight status crap. Eat shit! Deflated, Itchy knew his pain in the ass. Wingman was right. Kick back, he told himself. Just fly the fucking mission, land, eat some steak, score some mixing, and find something young and cute to deflower. Right? Because they're the cherry busters, right? Enjoy this new life in Second Axis America. An instant later, they got the mayday call from the jumbo. Right, hold on. Just, I fucking. Let me go to my own writing folder. Because I wrote a scene like this. I wrote a fucking scene like it was when I was first playing around with the ideas for that fucking novel I wanted to write. You know what? I don't even have to fucking hunt it down on my file. I posted it in the other Tumblr I run. I could fucking look it up there. God fucking damn it. I gotta log in here. Come on. There we go. Good. Oh my fucking Christ. Hold on, let me bring up my fucking password manager. Oh my fucking Christ. Hold on, give me a second. Alright, I found it. Here we go. I posted in the chat here. This is the other Tumblr. Fucking goddamn motherfucker. Copy and fucking paste, you son of a bitch. There it is. That's on my Tumblr. It's the other one that I first started years before I actually started using Tumblr regularly. Had created a second blog, linked to the first whatever, however the fuck it works. I don't know what the fuck you're listening to. Fuck you. I had to open Chrome and it loaded a couple fucking tabs. I don't know why the fuck you hear what's playing in my fucking browser when I'm doing this. But I had to fucking open Chrome because that had the same password. It didn't get imported in the fucking Firefox. Fuck you! Here it is! Right? And I'll fucking read it loud. This is how I wrote someone getting fucking bounced. Okay? That was not paying attention. It was a good day to be in the air. Brilliant sunshine glinted off the few scattered cumulus clouds sharing the sky at 5,000 feet, just numerous enough to make my speed apparent as I zoomed between them. The sky was a clear cornflower blue, fathomless and hot under the noonday sun. The sunlit countryside sprawled out before me, the patchwork of minuscule fields and roads beautiful from altitude. Abe and Jason were flying a V to my left, the bare aluminum of the Grummins shining brilliantly in the summer sun. It was a scorching 95 degrees in the runway, but only 68 up here. With the canopy thrown open and the wind rushing through my hair, it felt great to be alive. You see, I fucking described the scene, and I let you fucking, just absorb the atmosphere, instead of saying, these dumb cocksuckers are like, gee, Billy, everything's great, the world is bright, we're gonna go fuck all the women and drink all the beer. 1,000 feet below our charges, two dour-looking tri-motors were plodding along. One was optimistically sporting a Lewis gun and a dorsal vent, something we'd all had a giggle at. Our 20-odd clients, a construction concern, had three faces, two expressions, and plenty of paranoia between them, but they were paying cash, and our first payment in our shining ships was due soon. Besides, we weren't expecting trouble. Tally 2 contacts to port, Jason called out. See, I throw a curveball. Like, they're actually fucking calling contacts, or they're eyeballing. It's like, oh, here it is. Here's the thing, right? Right? This one shit, I'll go with all fucking tits up. Contacts? Port? Abe retorted, his disbelief clear even over the radio distortion. Really? These are Navy planes, remember, he retorted. Anyways, you see them? Yeah, it took them long enough. The white specks soon resolved into little biplanes. What the fuck? Hold on. Zooming in to meet us. I fished out my binoculars and soon had a shaky image of a man in an open cockpit with binoculars of his own, waving at me. I switched my radio to the general frequency. Tally-ho, Sparrowhawks. Tally-ho, barrel boy, the Navy pilot called back cheerfully. Abe made a violent gesture in his cockpit, his Grumman's wings rocking slightly. The Navy had never given the barrel-shaped fighter a formal... Come on, you fucker. The Navy had never given the barrel-shaped fighter a formal name during its short tenure, so naturally Abe and Jason had spent most of the climb out an escort leg, debating various ferocious yet barrel-shaped animals. It had settled down to water boo versus boar when I'd unplugged my fucking headsets for a while. Navy planes came scooting in, buzzing over the tri-motors before pulling up in a hard half-loop, rolling up right alongside us. Their Sparrowhawks are gorgeous little ships, an open cockpit and upper gullwing that allowed excellent visibility. Our ID numbers verified, the pilots waved and peeled away in a diving turn. It soon became a double helix downward spiral as the two pilots started play fighting with each other. Eventually, sobriety returned. They zoomed away towards the bright wink of their airship miles away to the northeast. That's where it ends here, but I continued it in my own document. Here we go. I watched them go with a smile. The good mood was clearly infectious. We'd had a paycheck heading for our pockets, the U.S. Navy was patrolling the sunny skies for us, and God, presumably, was in his heaven. Everything was right with the world, and everyone knew it. Except for our clients. Which is odd, With the USS May Crowan and her merry flight of Sparrowhawk prowling and growling, potential troublemakers would have to be suicidally stupid. You see, the character is fucking aware, right? He's like, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. A blue bird just landed on my fucking finger and burst into song. And yet, we're getting paid money for it. We're getting paid money to be here guarding them. You see, the fucking incongruity is, even he's like, wait. You see, the character is fucking queuing into the whole fucking like, I wonder. Because at this fucking point, the reader's like, gee, I fucking wonder what's going to happen. At the same time, the character's like, gee, I fucking wonder. You see, that's how you do it. That, at least, is not fucking insulting to your fucking intelligence. Anyway, Abe resumed, Water Buffalo makes perfect sense. They were Navy fighters, remember? The plane that replaced them is called the Buffalo, Nimrod, Jason replied. That's why we call it the water buffalo, Abe said with a condescending lilt. To distinguish it. To distinguish one barrel-shaped carrier plane from another, call them both buffaloes, Jason retorted hotly. Where'd you get your pilot's license, asshole? A Cracker Jack box? Never bet against stupid, I decided, banking slightly to look down and around for the locals. Another clown posse in surplus Bristol F2s from reports. Even a tri-motor could outrun those old horror horsers, so they caught little more than exhaust fumes for the most part. Until they dove out of a cloud and caught a fireman a week ago. They forced landing and looting turned sour when the pilot produced a pistol and the Bristol's backseater ventilated him. They'd be insane to attack us, but if I spotted them trying to scurry off, Fuck! Jason's voice exploded in my headphones. I stomped right rudder, looking left to see how close the moron had come to drifting into my wing, and instead saw smoking contrail stabbing past my Yip! I squealed like a little girl as I wrenched my Grumman into a violent jink, even as something screamed past my machine in a steep dive, chasing its own tracers. My headset exploded in gibberish as I jerked my ship through evasives, my panic wingmen transmitting over each other. Rolling out inverted, I espied the bandit, a parasol-wing monoplane far below, Abe and Jason diving in pursuit. The enemy pilot was already twisting his dive into a steep spiral, shedding speed before he shed wings. He angled towards the tri-motors. A shadow flitted over my control panel. I yanked the stick back violently as electric terror thrilled up my spine and stood my hair on end. The Grumman's nose whipped upward so violently his tail seemed to skid out beneath me as the fighter's big double wings caught the air and hurtled skyward. The blazing sun burned the silhouette of a diving monoplane into my retina, then I crushed the trigger with my thumb. Nothing happened. The diving fighter rolled into a spiral, twisting away from my gun sight before thundering past. I pulled the plane inverted again, looked downwards as it hung in the straps. The monoplane angled towards my wingmen, but they were already aborting their dives of steep loops to turn their guns his way. Thinking better of it, the bandit passed him in another defensive spiral and fled after his friend in a moderate dive. Like hell. I pulled my Grumman into a vertical dive, the airframe beginning to thrum as it plummeted earthward, my eyes fixed on the diminishing dot of my target. The throaty hum of the prop rose toward the shriek as the altimeter unspooled rapidly. I jerked the throttle back against the stop, but the RPMs kept climbing, the needles sweeping through the power band towards the red line. I killed the magnetos. The familiar 14-cylinder roar sputtered and died, leaving only the writhing siren howl of the slipstream and the shuddering airframe. The monoplane is finally drawing closer, executing a gentle pull-out over a field of golden wheat glowing in the sun. I kept my nose down as the buffeting became violent, the stick starting to thrum in my hand. Pulling out sharply and as steeply as I dared, the sturdy ship creaking a little as G-forces crushed me into the seat, I prepared to attack. The monoplane is dead ahead, 400 yards distant and oblivious. Releasing the stick, I seized the D-handle cables flanking the instrument panel and yanked them back with a grunt before releasing. The crisp kerchack, a live round, slamming into the Browning's breeches, was jarring against the faint whistle of the slipstream. I sank into the seat, lining up behind the irons. The monoplane is already pulling away, a shrinking olive-dab silhouette to catch in the ring and pin under the post. Without the engine thunder in my ears or vibrating through the stick, I felt like sighting in on a paper range target. The world collapsed into the little circle of the gun sight. The post drifted up and over. The Browning spoke heavy and ponderous, a reverberating, righteous wham, wham, wham that thundered through the cockpit and shivered up my control stick. Bright tracers trailed faint contrail of smoke as they lofted towards the shrinking target in a slight arc. No torque, no vibration, just a steady hammering of the heavy guns as I held my bead. The bright winks of burning phosphorus smashing into aluminum, the faint haze of shredded metal and smoke. Then the monoplane twitched violently to evade. I slew the rudder to follow, but the bandit was pulling out of range. My tracers floated wide as he gunned the throttle and slipped away. And just like that, I was alone. I stared after the vanishing speck, my body vibrating like a plucked guitar string, but there was nothing more to do. I began to shake as the adrenaline crash began to hit. It was over, and I was at low altitude with a shutdown engine. That's how I write a fucking bounce. And that's unedited. Like, if I was to go back over this, all these fucking sentences that begin with I did or I said or I whatever the fuck, I would edit that shit. I would change that shit. I've gotten better since I wrote that shit, and I didn't even fucking realize it. Right? That's how I at least 2 years ago, more than fucking 2 years ago, wrote a bounce. And with characters that are not about to become fucking corpses with literally no goddamn further point or purpose in the goddamn story. Don't worry, F person, it's gonna be on fucking YouTube. And now let's go back to how Mack fucking Malone writes a bounce. 32 men in an NS convoy witnessed the incident. The 7-vehicle column had just unloaded the supply of barbed wire and electrical shock equipment to a civilian concentration camp 40 miles south of New Chicago. Who cares? And was heading north again when they spotted the jumbo jet and his 2 escort fighters passing overhead. As many would later testify, the big 747 appeared to be smoking from its left side wing. One of the F-105s, later identified as Bone, who gives a shit, pulled up close to the stricken airliner almost as an attempt to get a closer look at the cause of the smoke. Almost as if he was. What do you mean almost as? Fuck you! Meanwhile, the second F-105, the one piloted by Itchy, began firing its weapons wildly in the general direction of the 2 other airplanes, almost as if he thought they were being attacked. Why? Firing at them is an attempt to defend them. Explain! As the convoy of Atlantic soldiers watching horror, the 747's left wing suddenly burst into flame. The big airliner began to veer over, clipping the closing fighter, and the process caused it to explode almost immediately. The convoy drawn to a halt by this time, and all of its members saw the jumbo slowly flip over onto its back and plummet. No, not onto. Flip over on its back. Not onto its back, on its back. It is as fucking wooden as fucking possible. Why not just roll inverted? If people can't tell you what fucking inverted means, fuck them. If a reader can't goddamn fucking drag his knuckles out of the desk long enough to pick up a dictionary and look up inverted, fuck them. Blah, blah, blah exploded almost immediately. The convoy had drawn to a halt by this time, and all of the members saw the jumbo slowly flip over on its back and plummet, slamming into a field about 4 miles away. The shockwave created by the frightening crash was enough to perforate the eardrums of some of the transport troops, causing them to bleed profusely. No, it wasn't. From 4 fucking miles away. Mac, you're the same fucker that wrote the fucking explosive yield of a triple salvo from a fucking a single turret of an Iowa as being equivalent to a nuclear detonation. It's not! Those that were able rushed to the crash site but realized quickly there were no survivors. The last anyone saw of Vichy's F-105 was streaking out to the east, his weapons firing as if chasing some phantom aircraft. Invisible fighters! Not stealth, literally invisible. I can't tell you fucking what it feels like right now. Chapter 8. The small shack shuddered as the pair of tornadoes streaked overhead, their engines screaming as they turned on final landing approach. Inside the shack, Fitz was... Why are we still following this cocksucker? We still haven't found out how he escaped the nuclear Vikings. Inside the shack, Fitz was drunk again. He was sitting on the floor with 2 bottles of recently secured homemade wine beside him on this young, brutally hot night. The roar of the Wabash River now returning to the background noise for a solitary inebriation. He knew he was drinking too much, but what did it matter? Just about everything he'd ever considered valuable was gone. Long gone. His country, his businesses, his women. Yeah, 'cause that's so fucking important, you rapist fuck Maloney. His comrades in arms. His friends. Yes! Hawk Hunter! Jesus walks! Yes, even the nagging suspicion that somehow everything would be okay if only Hawk Hunter was still alive was slowly draining out of him. Hawk was gone. He was dead. He had to face it, and now gone with him were General Jones, the Cobra Brothers. Cobra Brothers? Every now and then you get a reminder that these books were written in the 90s. Benoit, T.J. Toomey, Catrice Johnson, Elvish. All these brave men who had fought so hard, sacrificed so much to keep America free, and are little more than cosmic dust. The only irony was that he was the last one left. During all those years of fighting, he was convinced he would have been the one of the first to go. Life was cruel, he thought, finishing the last of the second bottle of wine and wiping his brow with a damp rag. And the universal joke was that a few good intentions go unpunished. They had tried, though. They had given it their best effort. They had made history. But what good was that if there was no one to tell the story to? He crawled up onto his bunk, stared out at the brilliant sunset, and heard the words of a long ago poem drift across his mind. Other spirits having flown, I too will fly to the west someday. I hope it's damn soon, he thought. And that's what I think of that. He located the third of his wine bottles, uncorked, and took an unhealthy gulp. He hoped this one would put him to sleep. With everything else in his life lost, sleep was what he craved the most. He did a slow, boozy scan of the shack. Even in his drunken state, he made sure that he'd left no evidence of a stillborn sabotage lying around the hut. Not that it would make much difference. The fire was gone from his heart, extinguished by the overwhelming, invincible brutality of the Fourth Reich, and too many bottles of bad wine. He was now a prisoner, a shepherd, a gravedigger, a teacher, a bridge tender, a lifeguard, a slave, a drunk. Wow, sucks to be you. He had little opportunity then to be a saboteur. Yes, you do, you fucking pussy. Fucking get off your ass and blow something up so this plot can move along. Every story I've begun pretty much starts with something fucking blowing up. I literally started the last story I wrote with a dude in a spacesuit fighting literal zombie Nazis on their fucking flying castle that was lifting off from the moon. Like, come on! And that's before he surfed the space shuttle to Earth. Like, come on! He took a longer slug of wine and caught a glimpse of himself in the cracked mirror across the room. He was startled by his puffy eyes, his thinning hair, his sagging belly. His once tough as nails fire plug physique was nowhere in evidence. Flab, age, and indifference were quickly taking their toll. My God, he whispered, studying the stranger in the mirror, I'm beginning to look like a priest. Once again, Mack Malone proves he hasn't met the priests I have. Those fuckers lift. He rolled back over on his bunk, took 3 slobbering gulps of wine, and closed his eyes. All he could see were the faces of the young girl and the old man he somehow pulled from the river. His overtaxed mind is now telling him the strange incident had been due to an alcoholic blackout, hardly a comforting thought. He took another long swig of wine and wiped the excess that ran down his cheek. Wiped the excess? Wiped off? Wiped on? Wax on, wax off, Danielson? What the fuck? Sleep, he prayed, his words hanging in the brutally human night air. He didn't actually say them, though, because he knows quote marks around them. Please put me to sleep. There's the one time he's not talking out loud. Fuck you! Whether he ever actually drifted off, he didn't know. Let me guess, he's gonna get visited by the fucking ghost of, like, I don't know, what the fuck was it? Irish warriors past? We're on page 50. No, we're not. We're on page 48. He was stretched out on the bunk bed and sweat, the bottle leaking wine in his side, and a cry pierced his eardrums. Help! He was up in an instant. Was it a dream? Was he thinking back to the strange rescue earlier in the day? Help! He rolled off the bunk and scampered to his front door. Scampered? It's like my fucking creepy rapist grandpa's writing this. It was the dead of night. He must have gone to sleep. No shit. Now he was wide awake. On the far bank, he could just barely see the outline of a man up to a waist in water, trying to ford the rapid current and losing the battle. Fritz was out of the hut in a shot. He knew there'd be no replay of the miraculous rescue the day before. Stop! He yelled to the man. I will lower the bridge! Some other man heard him over the roar of the Wabash and managed to haul himself back up onto the shore. Fitz was in the bridge control house by this time. Again. He gets out in the middle of the river like, help! Why wouldn't he just stand on the opposite bank and like, yo, motherfucker! Lower the bridge! What's the chances of you lowering this bridge without any fucking Nazi Da Vinci Code bullshit? Right? Fuck! Fitz in the bridge control by this time punches the controls, swearing at them to work properly, blah, 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 blah. He finally lowered the ancient gears meshed in the rusted creaky bridge, blah, blah, blah. He ran across the span and down to the far bank where he found the man sprawled, coughing up a combination of river water and blood. It was obvious that the man was injured even before he tried to cross the river the hard way. No shit. Fitz yanked him up as gently as possible and slinging him over his shoulder, carried him back across the bridge and into the shack. He helped the man down onto his bunk, studying him as he did so. His upper body, neck, and face were covered in small cuts and abrasions like he'd been hit with dozens of tacks. His arms and legs were in even worse condition. What happened to you? Fitz asked him, wrapping him in the blanket and passing him the wine bottle. Right, because alcohol is totally going to help his condition right now. Where have you come from? The man took a deep breath in the lungs to go on. I can just barely remember, he gasped. I've been walking for days, down from what used to be Gary, Indiana. He took another long drink of wine. I must tell you, it began again to happen 3 days ago. It was early in the morning. I worked until midnight, just at the steel mill. I just come home to sleep. I was about to go to sleep, and then I looked out my window, and a hawk hunter was flying overhead, surfing his F-16XL, as from his giant, raging erect cock flowed red, white, and blue jizz. Bet you $5 that's what's coming. Bet you $5. My quarters were across the main square from what used to be the city hall. It was converted into the local headquarters for the NS garrison. Oh my god, this wooden shit! The day before, there was a small demonstration in front of this building. The people, it was about 12. Again, he's got this obsession. Every single fucking group, like, who fucking cares how many people were there? I wouldn't say, there must have been exactly 12. Like a dozen or so. Now, people will say there must have been 12 women and one kid and like 36 fucking Nazis and 40 dudes over here and 150 dudes over there. Autism. Oh, I'm chewing on my fucking knuckles at them. I literally. 12 old women and some young kids were asking NS for more food. We had very little to eat in the past month. Everyone was going without. Oh my god, we get it! They're Nazis! They kick dogs! This little demonstration. I mean, literally, just straight. Yeah, so the Nazis went past and they had a bunch of little fucking puppies. John Wick's puppy. And they're kicking them in the air like a hacky sack. Just keeping those fuckers in the air without letting them hit the ground. Who now? One's reaction? Who is that? Please link me. If there was someone else that streamed shit like this, link it to me because I need to know. This little demonstration, you couldn't even call it a protest, lasted no more than 10 minutes. Some soldiers simply came out and shooed them away. Why the fuck did you fucking tell us all of that if it's got no fucking impact on the fucking story? I saw a protest, the soldier said, fuck off. That night, as I was coming home from working at the mill, I saw the NS moving out of City Hall. Moving out of the City Hall. Just moving out of City Hall. Why is the in there? Why did you put the in that fucking sentence? It's got no fucking business being there. It does add nothing. It's the wordiest fucking most mechanical wooden trash shit writing you could do. God. They're taking everything with them, weapons, computers, even desks. No, even the desks. Not even desks. No, the THE's got to be everywhere in this book. I didn't think anything of it. I thought they were moving to better quarters. Anyways, I'm sure it was right after sunrise when I was awakened by this noise. It was strange, so eerie, like a loud echoing whistle. I actually got up and looked out my window. That's when it happened. He took another gulp of wine and wiped his weary brow. It hit about a quarter mile away, right on the other side of the square. First, there was a tremendous roar and then an explosion. An incredible explosion. It's in italics. I was thrown against the wall, and halfway through it, the entire building came down around me. Why my skull wasn't crushed, I'll never know. Scum how I stayed conscious and was able to dig myself out of the rubble. What I saw, I couldn't believe at first. Where the wide avenue and square used to be now was a gigantic crater. Must have been a quarter mile? My mouth actually hung open there from I fucking I I never wanted to do a face cam. I really don't want my face on the internet and all that, but maybe I should. Maybe like I don't think you can actually fucking appreciate how I feel about this shit unless you actually see my fucking expressions. Like was now a gigantic crater. It must have been a quarter mile around, probably 150 feet deep or even more. It was already filling with water and bodies. Right! So, to Google. Before we go any fucking further, we're going to Alex Wellerstein's nuke map. Alex Wellerstein is a pissy little cunt that blocked me on Twitter because he's a fucking left-wing coward who whines about Orange Man bad, but oh my fucking Christ. Nuke map. We're at Nuke Map, nuclearsecrecy.com/Nuke Map, which is a website that implements a lot of fucking geek ass algorithms to calculate the actual effects of nukes. Important because most people either overestimate or underestimate nukes. Some people think that nukes and like fucking one nuke on the East Coast will wipe out the entire country. Not fucking really. One of the nice things about the latest algorithms added, it'll actually calculate the depth of the fucking crater. So let's select a preset. Let's select the B61 Mod 3, a 300-ton weapon. No, not. Let's do a little bigger. No, actually, let's see. 300-ton B61 Mod 3. That's also equivalent to the B61 Mod 12, which can be dialed down to only 300 tons. Not kilotons, tons. We're going to do a surface detonation on Detroit because nobody fucking likes it anyways. Advanced options. Let's click advanced options. Let's see. Crater. Let's add the crater. The crater for this would be crater depth 10 meters, 30 feet. Crater radius 30 meters, 2,100 meters. So a fucking 300-ton nuke can't do a quarter fucking mile. What even the fuck is a quarter fucking mile crater? What even is that in feet? It's 440 yards. $1,320 fucking feet. So we're gonna have to crank this shit up. Let's go to a 15 kiloton detonation. Kilotons, 100 meters. That's 300 feet. Is that 1,320 feet? 9. That's 50 meters deep, though. $164 feet. So that's about 150 feet deep, which is what he said. So at the minimum, it would take a fucking 15 kiloton nuke to excavate a crater 150 feet deep. But we haven't even begun to hit a quarter mile wide. Air blast radius, though, of 5 psi that would like collapse most residential buildings is a good 8 clicks. So maybe it could count as the destruction. But let's see what it would take to do a fucking quarter mile wide crater. I think we're going to have to go straight to the fucking Minuteman 300 kiloton warhead. Crater lip radius, 260 meters. I can't do metrics. That's 853 feet. Not enough! It's crater lip 270 meters. If it's 5, nope. 340 ain't gonna do it. Let's do a fucking Topol SS-25 from the Russians, 800 kilotons. Getting close to a fucking megaton here. That is about 1,181 feet, which is close to 1,320 feet. So actually, let's just go up to a solid fucking megaton. The W-59, the Minuteman I's warhead. That is a 390 meter crater radius. With that, that's about 1,279 foot crater radius. So the fucking crater this cocksucking fuckface just wrote into this book would take a 1 megaton warhead . 1 megaton warhead to do. But it just happened. You know. If this isn't a nuke, you know this fuck. I get it, in the 90s we didn't have Google. Okay. So we couldn't just look this shit up. But you know what? If you give a fuck about what you're writing, you get your ass to the fucking library, you write some fucking scientist, I am a writer, and you fucking ask. There's a fucking goddamn motherfucking old-fashioned slide rule, a circular one, like an E6B flight computer style, that you could spin around. Alex Wallerstein on his website actually has a link so you could print it out and build it yourself. It's a nuclear effects calculator. And I'm pretty sure if he asked around, he could have found one of those for the crater dimensions. You son of a bitch! Like that fucking story I just read to you about the guy in an F3F Buffalo having a dogfight. You know, I'm still bothered by the fact I don't know where the charging handles in the cockpit were. Because this thing's old enough, you didn't have electric solenoids to charge the guns. You literally had the 250 cals in the cowling, and the ass ends actually stuck out into the cockpit a little bit. Just like the P-40, the early P-40s, the cowling guns. And I don't know if you could actually reach forward and grab the fucking charging handles. But I've also read places that sometimes the charging handle were basically cables linked to the handles of the guns, the bolt handles, and he had to reach to the floor and grab them and yank up on them, and they had some pulleys, that would go out to the guns up in front of you and charge the guns. I am actually still considering writing to the fucking either the U.S. Naval Historians Association to ask about it, or the fucking, I think it's Lockheed Martin is a fucking conglomeration that eventually absorbed Northrop Grumman, the people that actually built it, and ask, do you still have diagrams of this fucking plane? Because I'd love to see them because I'm writing a book. And I'm not getting paid for it. It must have been a quarter-mile around, probably 150 feet deep, or even more. It was already filling with water and bodies. Everyone else in my building was killed. Just about everyone in the surrounding building was killed too. It was horrible. The flame, the smoke, the screams. The clothes shredded right off me. I was naked, cut, burned, but I was alive. Somehow, to the day I die, it will haunt me. Why me? Why was I spared? Do you have any idea what it was? Did an airplane drop a bomb? No, I'm sure it wasn't that. I looked. I could see no airplanes. I heard no engines. Yeah, because you're gonna totally fucking hear the engines of a prop-driven plane at 40,000 feet. Fuck you. I pulled myself up and out, and then another explosion hit. Another one. A mile away. It was tremendous. There was another a minute later, and another after that. 23? In 2 hours, I was hiding under rubble, praying that whatever was happening would stop. Now I knew why the NS were pulling out. The first explosion was exactly where the old woman had held the little demonstration the day before. So that's why we got all this fucking detail about the protest. If they weren't bombs dropped by airplanes, what were they? It was something more terrifying. Such as, have you ever heard of the something something? Fitz's post-inebriated, post-inebriation, not inebriated. You fuck! Get your tenses right! Strain to make the correct German to English translation. A frightfulness gun? A good description, the injured man replied. We've been hearing rumors about this. Huge guns set up on high ground. Cannons whose barrels are as long as a 10-story building is high. They were said to... Stories are about 10 feet high. So a 100-foot long barrel? Wait, just a fucking goddamn second. That's the Paris gun. The barrel of the Paris gun was only 69 feet long. They were only 69 feet long. What the fuck were the fucking K9? What to call the fuckers? Schwer Gustav, the fucking 31.5 inch railway gun. 31 inch gun. 31 fucking inch. What's the barrel length? 30 meters long. That's 90 feet or so. So, literally, they have Gustavs. There's gonna be a there's There's gonna be a Zeppelin in this fucking book, isn't there? They're said to be able to fire a shell weighing 700 pounds more than 100 miles. $7.1 ton. 1,000 kilograms. 2,000. Okay, let's look it up. 7.1 metric tons is 15,656 pounds. And he says 700 pounds. You're off by a couple orders of fucking magnitude, you fuckface asswipe. And this is the biggest fucking railway. They're the heavy Gustav. There's bigger than the Gustav. The Gustav is like 20 inches. The Schwerer Gustav was 31 fucking inches. Okay, what about the Gustav guns then? The 21 inches. Not Schwerer Gustav, you fuckface. God damn it. The 20.3 centimeters. There we go. These are probably not the ones I'm thinking of, but they're pretty close. These things, the 20 centimeter guns, not the 80 centimeter guns, these are only 20 centimeters, so that's not 20 inch. These, fuck. God damn it. Let's see if I can find it. The Krupp K5. That's the one I'm thinking of. This is the one that actually saw more use. This is the one you usually identify with the typical railway gun. The Schwerer Gustav was basically just look at how big my dick is. The shell weighed 536 pounds. That's as close. So Mack can't even get his fucking history right at all. But at least we know it's not Schwerer Gustav, it's K5 territory. So, surely such a weapon would have little military value, Fitz said. That's not true, actually. They did have military value. They were vulnerable to air attack, yeah, but, I mean, I think it was the Schwerer Gustav penetrated a fucking depot, or it was an ammo depot the Soviets had under a mountain. The shell passed through a lake, then penetrated the mountain, then penetrated the concrete surrounding the magazine, and blew up the magazine. They had their fucking uses. Rational side of his brain telling him that this kind of gun would be very impractical to use, operate, and service, especially by the terminally practical Fourth Reich soldiers. Exactly, the man replied. They are used simply for terror, for frightfulness. I'm convinced that is what they use against my city. I'm also convinced I'm the only one left. With this, the man broke down, a gush of tears and emotion flowing out of him. For the first time ever, I am really all alone, he cried to the anguish. Fitz ran a hand through his own thinning scalp. I know how you feel, he said. He took his last clean blanket, walked down to the river, soaked it, and then returned. The wounded man was asleep by this time, so Fitz gently laid the wet blanket on top of him, hoping it would keep him cool during the mercilessly hot night. When the man awoke in the morning, he would find that all his wounds had been healed. I'm gonna get another beer. Yeah. So yeah. I said beer, but I actually came back with a black Russian. Oh, there's Nazis, and I'm like, you know what? Russians killed Nazis. They're good for something. And yeah, they're out there making it. I'm discussing this shit with my mother, and the moto comes home from work. Ah, there she is now. Saying, hello, Emoto, how are you? And by the time I was done discussing, like, just this, what we were just fucking talking about with the crater and everything, and Mac, and his fucking, oh my shit. She was literally fucking, like, on the floor. She was, like, on her knees on the floor, just curled up, and her voice going, why? Why? Like, and it hit her. Just the two, like the first words out of her mouth when I came out holding 3 empty beer bottles. She was like, "How drunk are you?" And I'm like, "Not enough." Now she knows. She understands now. She comprehends. And my mother, she's like, "No, that's bullshit." Google says the biggest shell ever made was only 1,400 pounds, not 15,000. You look that shit up, my mother. You look up the Schwerer Gustav, 7.1 metric shit tons. She did. She did. And she was like, wow, okay, 15,000 plus pounds. That sucks. Like, yeah, yeah. And it still can't make a quarter-mile wide crater like this dumb fuck-faced retard thinks they can. But who knows why? The Wabash River's water is magical somehow because Jesus wanted it that way. I want to die. Chapter 9. Bum-ass 4. Obercolonel Carlos had reason to worry. He was holding a printed message from the first governor himself. It was a notice for all of the commanders of Bummer Ford to attend a high-level emergency staff meeting to be held in less than a half hour. And let's not, like, I guess we're supposed to believe that the fucking neo-Nazis literally massacred an entire city because a couple old ladies had a protest with literal railway guns. Really? They could literally just torch the place. Like, what? Attendance was absolutely mandatory. Well, no shit. You're in the military. The message gave no reason for the meeting. That was why Litz was worried. The first governor was an extremely busy man. How do you pronounce it? L-I-S-E. Lizzie? Okay, he's Lizzie now. The first governor was an extremely busy man. His schedule was planned out weeks, if not months in advance. Every official minute of every day was filled with very little room for contingencies. It was a typical timetable for such an efficient and methodical Fourth Reich high official. Calling high-level gatherings in such short notice was not the man's style, not unless something was wrong. Drastically wrong. Lizzie could only grimly speculate just what that might be. As the head of the district border soldiers, he was among the most high-profile officers inside Bummer 4. His soldiers' human barrel scrapings, when compared to the rest of the Fourth Reich Army, were known for their efficient brutality in dealing with the dozens of refugees, derisively known as Sputniks. Really? Beep, beep, beep. That kind of Sputniks? The Stay Putniks? They wandered in the Bummer 4 every day. That was, after all, their one and only job, but because of their necessary crude behavior, it meant sometimes overstepped their bounds. Well, as long as they don't go raping people like their high commanding officers do, right? When they did, Lizzie was usually the first to hear about it. He called for his car and then glumly climbed into his formal uniform. He was already beginning to tremble. He'd seen staff officers brutally executed on the spot, so chastely called meetings as the first governor, sometimes for petty offenses, such as requisitioning more fuel or food than allowed. This is literally over North Korea tier. The first governor was a great believer in punishment by example. One way to stop fuel pilferage was to shoot the officer whose man had taken a gallon more than he should have. It was frightfully a highly efficient way of ending fuel theft. And yet, they can afford to keep a 24/7 combat air patrol? Lizzie had just buttoned his stiff uniform collar when the call came that his car was waiting. He was visibly shaking now. Okay, he pissed himself. He's really scary. We get the point. He needed something to calm down. He was out of Valium, and being only 9 in the morning, it was much too early for a drink of brandy. Okay, I get it. You chug the hallucinogenic liquor and rape women after 9 p.m. only, right? What could he do? He came to just use fixing his hat to his balding head. He had attended the raucous dinner reception for the air pirates 2 nights before, although he wasn't high enough on the staff ladder to have invited to partake in the drinking of the... Oh, you fucking illiterate cocksucker. Okay, you all have to fucking appreciate this sentence. Although he wasn't high enough on the staff ladder to have been invited to partake, I should say, in the drinking of the mix, he had managed to steal a glass which contained a dozen or so precious drops of the powerful nectar. You can't possibly get more passive voice, wooden, awkward prose than this shit. That is all one sentence, my man. I'm starting to feel that my threats and my recriminations and my bitching are just routine at this point. Repetitive. I need new invective. I need new words for what's going on with my soul right now. I just don't got them. There's no words in the English language to properly describe how awful the words in this page are. Perhaps a dab on his tongue would be enough to settle him down. He quickly opened his wall safe and retrieved the martini glass holding the drop of mix. He took first one, then two, then half a dozen drops, ritualistically placing each one under his tongue and letting it absorb into his system. By the time he closed the wall safe back up, he felt like he was walking on air. A minute later, he climbed into the back of a stretched bulletproof Mercedes and commanded the driver to proceed to the Reich Palast immediately. Do they ship in their fucking bulletproof Mercedes all the way from Germany? Really? Short journey through the streets of the town provided Lizzie with a myriad of pleasant, mix-induced sensations. Every man he saw, be they a slave or NS, looked weak, ugly, non-threatening. Every woman he saw, from schoolgirls to mature women, looked delectable, sensual, easily dominated. So it basically turns you into a walking rape bot. Cool. The few drops of mix he had set his hormones raging. He vowed that if he got out of the staff meeting alive, he'd reward himself with the gift of a young girl that night. Okay, cool. More rape. Why not? The limo arrived in front of the Reich Palast to find a small traffic jam of staff cars waiting outside. It was apparent right away that the first governor had ordered the entire command structure of Bummer forward to the meeting. Even the sky above the huge structure was crowded. Helicopters bearing officers from the outlying districts were lined up for landing at one of the 3 helipads near the Reich Palast. And as always, the air was filled with the sound of jet aircraft taking off and landing at the nearby aerodrome. Lizzie got out of his car and joined the somber procession up the marble stairs and into the Reichstag-like building. He could almost feel the trepidation of the other officers. They likewise knew what could happen at one of these meetings. The first governor was already there, and they filed into the vast meeting hall, a highly unusual occurrence. Most times he was ushered in only after the staff had assembled, and then to a bombastic overture of trumpets and drums. Now the 60-year-old man is already seated at the head of a massive meeting table, his uniform jacket discarded, his sleeves rolled up, documents scattered all around him, a swarm of underlined officers elbowing each other in an effort to attend to his every need. Lizzie couldn't believe it. None of the Fourth Reich officers could. They had never seen a Supreme Commander so informal. Because the Nazis are very formal, ja? The rest of the usual formalities attended to the meeting were also missing. The first governor was actually smiling. He seemed anxious for everyone to take their seats so he could begin. Please sit down, he boomed out with unlikely exuberance. Please take any seat. Any seat will do. My God. Finally, the 92 officers of the command staff were seated, their eyes and ears at peak reception for what surely would be a highly unusual session. The first governor stood at the end of the table and, seeing that everything was in order, cleared his throat and began. "We are entering a new era, my friends," he enthused in an uncharacteristically vibrant voice. "This is day one. A new life awaits us all." A few brave souls dared to look at their fellow officers to see if they were just as puzzled. New era? Day one? New life? What the hell does it all mean? "Take no notes, gentlemen," the first governor went on. "What I had to say to you should go right into your ears and directly to your brains." Nobody talks like that, dude. It should not be slowed down or misinterpreted by your act of writing. Instantly, every man inside the room dropped his pen onto the table. You could have said the sound of 90 pens hitting the ground was significant. That's a phrase that means something. Like, have you ever heard the sound of 30 cigarettes hitting the ground at the same time? Let me tell you, when that coincides with 30 Mexicans, as I understand it, that incident ended with an Asian-sized dent in the side of a van. Like, that's how you fucking make an impression on someone, right? When you're writing, like with sound. Not every man dropped his pen. No, 90 pens hit the ground at the same time. I mean, come the fuck on. Well, Hyperion, not entirely retarded, because currently that seems to be the Chinese attitude towards space war. If we blow up American satellites and America retaliates by blowing up our satellites, we still come out ahead because Americans get more benefit out of their satellites. Lizzie stole a look around the room. It was to a man filled with puzzled expressions. The officer to his right was the chief medical officer for Bummer 4. He tapped Lizzie and slyly passed him a note. Lizzie read its 2 words. Acute. What? Lizzie read its 2 words. Acute mix poisoning. That's 3 words. Two Nazis, 3 words. Why must you fill this coffee table with lies? There are 3 cups. That's literally a meme. That's literally a modern meme years after this. I fucking. No, there are 2 cups. There are 2 cups. On an image from an anime where there was clearly 3 cups on the table. It's like a meme. This motherfucker was walking straight into memes before they even existed. Like, oh my fuck. We're on page 55. Lizzie stole a look around the room. It was to a man. Yeah. Lizzie felt the shudder go through him. The effects of his own minuscule dose of mix were still reverberating throughout his body. He was easy to agree with the doctor's covert diagnosis. Ingesting large amounts of the mind-altering liquor could loop anyone, including the first governor. The first governor cleared his throat and began again. What I have to tell you, or rather ask you, should be spread far and wide. To your soldiers, to your own staff officers, to the people here under our guard, any refugees who might stumble into our territory. It is a message that should be blanketed throughout our domain, carried to its farthest reaches. My request will become your request. Rape, isn't it? It's gonna be rape. The first governor paused for a moment and studied the 92 officers. Then he smiled broadly once again. To begin, gentlemen, we must find a man of water. Close enough. Chapter 10. The air pirate named Itchy was 1 second away from death. He was lying flat out in an open field, the remains of his tattered parachute wrapped around him, no less than 16 assorted machine guns pointed at his head. He landed there after punching out of his fuel-empty F-105, which had run bone dry, tracing what he thought was the airplane that iced the jumbo and his comrade Bone. Don't shoot, he said once again, staring up at the gun barrels. I have heroin, pure gold skag. I have crack, good stuff. I can even get you some mix. The real stuff, not the fake stuff. I'll give it all to you, just don't shoot. It was Itchy's fortune that the 16 soldiers hovering over him had no interest in these drugs. He mistaken them from a band of outlaws, but it was an understandable error. They were dressed like bandits, each was wearing a black nondescript uniform. Their weapons, M16s and AK-47s, were the type favored by many outlaw gangs roving the northern tier of the American continent. Even their general appearance, long hair and days-old beards, fit the bill. But the 60 men were not outlaws. They were quite the opposite. Oh, here we fucking go. They were the members of the elite Football City Special Forces. Footballs, again, why do you call it, what? Specifically the Ranger Corps. They'd seen Itchy eject from his thud and had him surrounded before he even touched the ground. This is a complication, one of the Rangers said now, as Itchy squirmed in the damp ground. What are we going to do with him? He's already seen us, came the reply, so we'll have to take him with us. Itchy wasn't sure what the men were talking about, but it didn't really matter. All that was important to him at that point was that the men apparently weren't going to kill him outright. Okay, sleep him, one of the soldiers said. Give him 3 hours for now. With that, one of the men knelt beside Itchy and injected him in the right arm. Itchy blacked out 2 seconds later. 2 seconds? The next 18 hours were ones of total confusion for Itchy. He would wake up every 3 hours or so, only to be injected back into unconsciousness again. In the few brief moments that he was awake, he saw things that made little sense, either separately or collectively. In his first awakening, he found himself being trundled along in the back of a truck with the same 16 grim-faced men. It was just sunset and the destination was unknown. He noticed before he went under that besides the rifle the men carried, they were also equipped with several laser devices, the purpose of which he did not know. How would he fucking know what a laser device is by seeing it? Go fuck yourself. When he came to the second time, it was the dead of night and the truck had stopped. In the minute before the soldiers injected him again, he managed to peek out of the back of the vehicle and saw that it was parked in an old highway rest area, one that looked out over a well-lit city about 6 miles away. Whoopity-doo. Waking up a third time, he found that the men had deployed their laser devices and were working over them feverishly. In the background, he could hear tremendous explosions, the chattering of AA guns, and the peal of air raid sirens. Still groggy, he leaned further out of the back of the truck to see that the city was now in flames and under heavy air attack. In the 30 seconds he had before the soldiers realized he was conscious and stuck him again, he was able to determine that the men were using laser sighting devices, probably paved penny, to target smart bombs falling on the city with ear-splitting regularity. You know, for a fucking air pirate that can barely get his fucking plane off the ground, this motherfucker knows a lot about military hardware, doesn't he? His fourth conscious period came close to dawn. The truck was just moving out from his targeting perch and heading back down the abandoned highway. The soldiers quickly inject... Why don't they just give him a fucking big dose that knocks him out all night? The soldiers quickly injected him again, and when he lay back down, he could see the sky through the flap in the back of the truck. It was filled with smoke, but there were brilliant patches of light blue and red, the prelude to a clear, warm summer's day. Just as he was going under for the fifth time, Itchy saw a very strange sight. It looked like hundreds of W's written in contrails across the sky. Literally, what? Wingman! Wingman was here. But later on, he assumed it was just a ring. It was mid-morning when Itchy woke up for the 6th time. We can count, you fucking cocksucker. Just fucking admit this shit. He was back in the same field where the men had taken him prisoner. They were off the truck. It was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a large CH-47 Chinook was on hand. The soldiers were loading their gear into it as another dozen or so new troops maintained a tight defensive ring around the LZ. Itchy was kept awake while an intense discussion about his fate carried on between the man who appeared to be the leader of the 16 soldiers and the pilots of the big troop helicopter. Through stuffed ears, Itchy was able to hear the gist of the debate, which was that the Chinook was overloaded and under fuel, needed one more person on board to make the difference weight-wise as to how successful the flight would be. It was very apparent that no one involved wanted to spend much time on the question. This made Itchy itchy. Lol, you're so funny. If he was simply excess weight to them, then a bullet to his brain would quickly solve the problem, yet that option never really came up. How? One of the pilots blew a whistle, and immediately the troops began climbing aboard a helicopter. The man in charge of the 16 soldiers walked over to Itchy and untied his hands and feet. Then he tossed a rope at Itchy's head. As long as you live, the man told him, you'll never have a day as lucky as this one. With that, he climbed aboard the chopper, closing the door behind him. Then, in a great burst of power, an engine off the Chinook took off and went straight up until it was out of sight. Out of sight of who? They're all in the chopper. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I don't get paid anything for this. I went to college. That diploma's a joke. It's just fucking laughing at me from the shelf up there. Why am I here? Chapter 11. The two Fourth Reich soldiers who manned outpost number 6406 began the day with a meal of powdered eggs and stale coffee and no drugs. I'm so tired of hearing the dumb shit nobody cares about. My tongue is numb. It's not good enough. The Wabash River was running particularly rough this morning, too rough for the men to take their usual morning bath. Instead, they gathered some of the brisk water in cans and took turns dumping them over each other's head, the in-the-field equivalent of taking a cold shower. No, it's not. This is gay. The outpost, the 35-foot-high tower which sat in a slight bend of the Wabash, which is equipped with the state-of-the-art video equipment, infrared sights, night scope devices, and even thermal detection gear. Again, the 90s. Its weaponry included 250 caliber heavy machine guns, a small rocket launcher, an SA-7 portable SAM system, and a small arsenal of light weapons. The outpost had spy drone launch capability and 3 ways of instant communication back to the main NSHAQ in Bummer Fort. What? Oh, fuck you! Where did they get all this shit? Are you telling me the fucking French weren't fucking their shit up? America was divided with their own goddamn internal war, but the French weren't trying to pile drive their way up Germany's asshole? Shit, the Prussians weren't fucking fighting the other Germans. The German principality states weren't fucking each other up. Germany's still just a big argument with a line drawn around it. Ask any German. Oh, Ryan, no! He hasn't turned. Oh, no. Why'd you tell me that? Oh, my God, is this where I'm going? Is this what I'm destined to become? Oh, but this cocksucker doesn't have 2 IQ points to rub together. What the fuck? If this cocksucker can get a journalism degree, then anyone can. Oh, I should have fucking taken the leap for ROTC at that point. I should have fucking. Oh, I could have died in a fire in a fucking turret at age 26. I could have fucking escaped this fate, man. What am I here? The job was simply to keep an eye on things. Which is, of course, why they have a gigantic fucking arsenal, right? Of precious weapons. A half mile to the south, there is a large tract of farmland which is worked by 200 slave laborers. Where did all these fucking people come from in post-nuclear America? Directly to the east is a small truck repair facility, also worked by slave labor. Next door to that was a small jail which held people marked for execution. Outpost number 6406 provided surveillance and early warning threat detection for all 3 of these facilities. By keeping constant tabs on the many slave laborers in the area, they helped cut down the escape route, which is fairly small to begin with. Beep boop. I am a robot that cannot fucking write without wordy fucking words. They were also charged with looking for any refugees who might be inside the Bummer 4 military district illegally. Such a crime usually meant execution. From their vantage point, they were able to watch several roads leading down from the north. Roads that the Sputniks beep boop were likely to travel. This was the most active part of the mission. They averaged spotting 6 refugees a week, many of whom were simply tracked down and locked up in the jail next to the truck repair facility to await their turn before a firing squad or years of backbreaking labor in the fields. Directly to the north of the station, a mile and a quarter up the Wabash, was a small rusting bridge. This too was supposed to be under the watchful eyes of outpost number 6406, but neither man had turned his scope in that direction for days, not since the strange incident in the river with the priest and the 2 drowning people. Their lives began to change the moment the Mercedes staff car pulled up in front of the outpost tower. The 2 soldiers were horrified. Okay, I get it. We are looking for a man of the water. We saw a man of the water. Can we not just fucking jump to this? They recognized the car right away as belonging to Colonel Lizzie, their overall commander. His sudden appearance could only mean a surprise inspection, something Lizzie was not known for in the past. The 2 soldiers barely had enough time to fasten up their uniform before Lizzie and an entourage of 6 bodyguards rode a small elevator up the watchtower and walked in. There was a barrage of heel clicking and crisp salutes, with Lizzie making the 2 soldiers stand at attention for about 10 seconds longer than was needed. We are here for a surprise inspection, John. We have ways to make you do a good inspection, John. Fuck me. Chiaki when you listen to this stream, your sides must be in fucking orbit. Your sides must have completed trans-lunar injection at this point. I fucking... No, fuck that. You were in a fucking escape trajectory out of the system, my dude. I'm gonna puke. I fucking can't take it. I am here at the personal request of the first governor himself, Lizzie began, his usually booming, Teutonic voice appreciably subdued and hesitant. He has asked me, as well as every officer on his staff, to visit every outpost under their command to talk to soldiers such as yourselves about a subject which has become very, very important to him. The 2 soldiers looked at each other with twin expressions of puzzlement. What the hell was Lizzie talking about? That second sentence was unnecessary. That second sentence was completely unnecessary. We know they're wondering what the fuck he's talking about. We can add 1 and 1 equal 2, you cockwipe. You absolute shit muncher. Stop! The two soldiers looked at each other with twin expressions of puzzlement. What the hell was Lizzie talking about? It had come to the first governor's attention, Lizzie began again, that there may be a man with our territory who, perhaps unknowingly has displayed certain powers. What kind of powers, Colonel? One of the outpost soldiers asked. Lizzie was growing more uncomfortable by the second. Let us just say unusual powers, he replied, the tone of his voice sounding embarrassed at such a silly notion. Things that are out of the ordinary. The two border guards now eyed each other with considerable consternation. Well, should I assume you've witnessed nothing of the sort? Liz asked him. I reviewed your reports of the past months and saw nothing in them that would indicate. Both soldiers were trembling slightly by this time. Both were eyeing Lizzie's particularly furious-looking bodyguards. Finally, one soldier bucked up and cleared his throat. Herr Colonel, he said, stuttering, may we speak to you alone? The man of the water. He walked on the water. I mean, you can walk on the surface of the Yangtze River these days. It's not fucking hard. Just go out there around like shift change time. They dump all the fucking junk from the factories into it. Not that hard. Like all those jokes that what's his face made about the Ankh River. Discworld series. That guy. That guy that got so fucking bitter at the end that his books weren't worth reading. Yeah, it's a thing. Colonel Franz Hans was the chief medical officer for Bummer 4. His typical day would begin by making the rounds of the main infirmary, which was located on the edge of the aerodrome. This large, well-equipped facility was for the care of the Fourth Reich personnel exclusively. It boasted a large staff, state-of-the-art medical technology, and the latest in procedures and diagnostic care. Hans would usually spend 3 hours at the hospital reviewing the most important cases, even assisting in critical operations. It was, in many ways, the castle of the kingdom. Again, who gives a fuck about this asshole? I can't. Who fucking did this? Zebra, Ben's Adventure. Zebra, that at the time they put. The first fucking link is a blog called Trash Minutes. I guess that fucking says everything there is to be known about Zebra, Ben's Adventure. Fucking goddamn animals. You fucking useless, crazy, cocksucking bastards from hell. A second hospital, smaller, poorly staffed, and poorly maintained, located in the far edge of town near all but an abandoned railroad station. It was used for little more than a storage facility for alien civilians and the occasional sickly Sputnik. Oh my God, are we punting puppies again? The Nazis are immune to all the insults people, ja? The Nazis punish the innocents, ja? The Nazis rape the puppies, ja? And suck the hallucinogenic liquor off the tiny puppy's little tits, ja? Yeah, motherfucker. We know Nazis are bad. In the 90s, like, absent the entire current context of a bunch of psychotic fucking leftists pretending that Nazis are actually a thing. Like, they're not fucking Nazis themselves. Like, we all hate Nazis. We all hate communists. Everybody hates collectivists because they're collectivists. We don't need you to fucking stand here and fucking like the Nazis are evil. Ja? Fuck. What are all these words doing in this fucking book? What's the fucking point of these words? The patient there received the bare minimum of care: food, water, antiseptics, and little else. Few operations were performed when they weren't surgeons, were usually undertrained medics or even unqualified nurses. Wow, it's I recently read a fucking you fucking cock loving shit faced fuck ass motherfucker. Hold on, we're gonna Google this shit. We're gonna Google this. I want you guys. The New York Times story, because it was a New York Times story about a hospital in ISIS-controlled territory. ISIS, the super evil fucking terrorists from hell, and it talked about how the fucking hospital doctors risked the wrath of ISIS and did everything they could, even, defying ISIS and arguing with them. You know what it takes to argue with someone that literally could blow your fucking brains out in the next second and never pay a price for it? I mean, these people fucking did everything they could to keep this hospital running, even though ISIS controlled everything. I can't find the story, damn it. Maybe somebody else can. But and this fuckhead is said, oh yes, as soon as the Nazis took over, literally everything about American society was instantly reprogrammed with hyper efficiency to beat the neo-Nazi. The Nazis are very efficient, ja? Oh. If they were this fucking efficient, why didn't they win the war? Why were they still building consumer goods and using flexible tooling in 1943? If they were so efficient, why did they have like 6 different fucking chassis to do one goddamn job? If they were so fucking efficient, why didn't they win the war? If they were so efficient, why did they keep on pressing check stuff in the service that they captured? If they were so fucking efficient, why didn't they win the war? If they were so efficient, how could they be German? Because Germans aren't efficient, they're just fucking nuts. Oh my fuck, my fucking fuck. The second-class hospital had an even darker side, however. Since its opening, there have been dark rumors that Dachau type human experiments were performed there under the tacit agreement of the Bummer 4 leadership. Though meticulous records were kept on all patients entering the facility, Germans are very meticulous, ja? There was virtually no accounting for what happened to them once they were admitted, so it was an extremely rare occasion when Colonel Hans, the physician, would visit the place. Never in the past had he stooped so low as to actually walk through the patient wards. But things had changed drastically inside Bummer 4. So on this morning, Colonel Hans was indeed walking the floor, speaking to the sick, the injured, the dying. A demeaning task that could only be forced upon him by the first governor. Most of the 400 or so second-class patients were ailing from lack of care of routine maladies, ulcers, appendicitis, swollen tonsils, cataracts. Some sustained injuries in typical household or roadway accidents. Others were simply wasting away from incurable diseases. But there was a small psychiatric ward, and he was here on his last stop of the hurried, distasteful tour that Dr. Hans met the Sputnik from Gary, Indiana. Gary, Indiana, blah, blah, blah. Let's Google it. This is what comes to mind. The Music Man. You ever seen that musical? It's actually a good musical. This is the song from the musical that comes to mind.
Writing's not that easy.
Gary,
but Grammarly can help. This sentence is
no,
grammatical.
instead there's a fucking ad.
Where
Let's
are
skip
you
the ad.
from, me
Fuck
boy?
it.
Gary, Indiana.
I knew it! Gary. Where'd you say?
Gary, Indiana. Gary, Indiana.
Gary, Indiana, Gary, Indiana. Let me say it once again. Gary, Indiana, Gary, Indiana, Gary, Indiana. That's the town that knew me when.
If you'd
Like to have a logical explanation. Here's what happened upon this elegant suspicion. I will say without the moment of hesitation, there is this one place that can light my face. Gary, Indiana, blah 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 blah, lying cocksucker, and he's eventually caught out and put in the fucking vice. Anything to avoid reading another fucking sentence. But there was a small psychiatric ward, and he's here in his last stop to the hurry to blah blah blah. The man's story, according to the ward nurse, is typical in many respects. He claimed to be from the large industrial cities of the north. He witnessed a horrifying artillery attack several weeks before. A routine check by Hans of the Bummer Ford military intelligence section confirmed that the section of Gary had been the target of a fright shelling earlier in the month. So confirmed the Nazis are wiping out entire fucking cities with railway guns for no fucking reason whatsoever. The man then made his way south, stumbling inside the Bummer Ford military district and making his way up to the cross point of Wabash River. That's when a strange thing happened. I had to ford the river. I was certain the troops were chasing me and had to get away or around trying. I was injured, though, and weak from my long walk, so I cried for help near the place where the drawbridge is located. And then I came out of the bridge, tender his hut, and lowered the bridge. He was the priest. He carried me across and brought me to his quarters. He gave me wine and a blanket which he dipped into the waters of the river. The very hot evening and the wet blanket cooled me considerably. I fell asleep in the joy of my longest slumber in months, despite my many injuries. But when I woke, at that point the man's voice trailed off. Hans resented breaking the testimony. What happened? He demanded the man, glancing to make sure his restraining bolts were secured to the bottom of the bed. You woke and I found what? We have waves to make you continue a testimony. The man tried to fight off a bout of tears, but lost the battle. I awoke, he said in a halting, raspy voice, to find that I'd been healed. Oh, fucking. Okay, let's fucking go over this again. Okay, let's just here. Page 63, halfway down the page. Okay. 63, page 64, and half of page 65. Right. That's 63, 65, one whole page. 2 entire pages of text. One page of text is about 250 words. 500 words. 500 words for what could have been abstracted into the colonel bursting into Fitz's room saying, "You!" The doctor said that the man in the psychiatric ward said you healed him with magic powers. That's all it would take to summarize that. We have ways to make you admit your magic powers. Fucking. You know, when I was in high school, senior year, I was on the newspaper staff, right? And I had an opinion column. And in this opinion column, I would say shit calculated to piss off everyone. because I hated them all. And one of the things I said to piss off everyone was, like, one of my comments was, give teachers guns, right? I'm like, okay, listen, you motherfuckers can sit here and panic about your dumb shit and involve metal detectors and barbed wire. So a metal detector only stops an armed shooter if you literally hit him over the fucking head with it. Alright? Give teachers guns. You know how many fucking words, and my God bless that, I still love that teacher to death. She is one of the most influential teachers I've ever had in my life. She gave me that AP style book on my shelf. And a bookmark, a gold bookmark that says on it a quote from Winston Churchill: never, ever, ever, ever give up. That is good advice that I did not follow. And this wonderful teacher, hardcore left-wing liberal, mind you, who respected me, despite me being literally fucking miniature Limbaugh. That's the kind of woman this my teacher was. She walks into the fucking staff room, and literally everyone rounds on her like, this crazy motherfucker is your student, right? That's the react. You know how many fucking words was in that opinion column? You know how many I had to work with? 600 words. That's it. Listen, that's not a lot of fucking words, okay? That's not a lot of fucking words. Like, that's so few words. I can't even begin to tell you. I can't. And in 600 words, I set a fucking school on fire and subjected my poor, innocent teacher to that bullshit, right? And for fuck's sake, in 500 words, Mack Malone literally did nothing. Mack Malone did fucking nothing. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't fucking process. I can't just a fucking. What were you doing, my man? You padding. Absolutely, this is padding. You know what pisses me off? He fucking got paid for this. I can't get away from the fact that he actually got fucking paid to write this fucking shit. How? Like, literally how? does he care? Like, or at this point, he's already sold them on like at least a dozen of these books. At least, right? 6, 7, I don't remember. I don't know what the chronology of the series is. But at this point, he must be like, fuck it. I have the very first book in the series around here. And yet I haven't actually fucking used it, right? Like, I haven't read it, you know. But I'm fascinated to see. Did he actually get his first fucking published book written with this kind of fucking writing? Money changed hands for this shit? Eight. You know, my favorite book in all the world is Battlefield Earth by L. Ron Hubbard. Yes, that L. Ron Hubbard, the literal fucking founder of Scientology and all the crazy cocksuckers that went into it. And when he wrote Battlefield Earth, he was well into the whole Scientology phase. I shit you negative, Angry American. I shit you negative. It's my favorite book. And the reason is because it's fucking excellent. It is absolutely fucking it is the pinnacle of space opera sci-fi. And there's a reason for that. There's actually a reason for that. It's because that was, if genius is very close to insanity, Battlefield Earth is the point at which L. Ron Hubbard was literally skating along the rain-slick precipice of madness. And it shows. Like, even after I found out about the whole Scientology shit, which I had no clue about when I first read the book, there is only one point in the entire fucking novel where his crazy ass fucking leanings manifest, and it's at the very, very end, almost the epilogue. And it's so subtle that unless you know about the whole Scientology crazy shit beforehand, you'd never pick up on it. It actually fits with the rest of the novel. It basically just feels like an old ass alien mathematician whining about, oh yeah, we're fucked. It's that subtle. Now, after L. Ron Hubbard wrote that, he wrote the Mission Earth series. My mother actually had the Decology. Her mother, my grandmother, bought it for her because she knew she liked L. Ron Hubbard's Battlefield Earth. She bought her a whole hard copy set, which occupied the shelf in my mother's room for many years, or her closet for many years, because she didn't give a shit about it. I started reading them. I only got around to the third book, but I just couldn't keep on going. As someone else I saw once described Decology, literally a 10-book series, he said it was like watching a man's mind literally come unglued over the course of 10 books. And he wasn't lying. That was the most accurate summation I've ever seen about the Mission Earth Decology. Like, that came after Battlefield Earth. That was after L. Ron Hubbard finally slipped over the precipice into complete fucking bug fuck nuts madness. So I have seen a talented writer on both sides of the fucking lunatic fringe. I have seen when this is something I refer to often. Plato held that writers were insane because you can never perfectly convey that vision you have in your head. When you render it into the real world, it corrupts it. But we have this urge to share with others. We don't want to be alone. We want other people to know what we feel and think and see in our minds, right? He wasn't, exactly. And that's why so many commentators over the years have commented on the link between genius and madness. And I have personally seen with my own eyes a writer where the madness was at the fucking peak, but just good enough to make a really excellent book. And then I've seen after he slipped over the fucking edge and went fucking insane. Right? Ryan, I've seen a bunch of text in that comic and that comment, and I'm not gonna read it. Like I saw something about a comet and Russians, and I'm just not gonna read it. I can't take it right now. I can't fucking take it right the fuck now. Anyways, I've seen both sides of the insanity. I've seen a writer where the insanity was working, and I saw him after he slipped over the edge and went insane. Like the entire Xeno invasion fleet, like space. There's an entire Wikipedia article about space opera and sci-fi. It's there for a reason. It's extremely obvious if you read it, if you read up on it, that L. Ron Hubbard's genius for creativity basically just ran rampant, and he fucking went insane. And at the end, he could not discern the difference between fiction and reality. That's all there is to it. I mean, I've seen this with my own fucking eyes. And I gotta tell you, even when L. Ron Hubbard was writing the Mission Earth series, even when he was gibbering, fucking, batshit, lunatic insane, even in the part of the Mission Earth series where the main character rapes two lesbians straight, I shit you fucking negative, that happened. That happened. That happened. The prose was still competent. Okay? The insane, disgusting motherfucker, L. Ron Hubbard, after he had gone over the deep end, and was pretty much, if I could imagine his fucking room at that time, this motherfucker was literally scribbling on the walls with a pen, a quill dipped in his own blood. Like, we're talking full fucking yarn strings all over the fucking place. Detective Pikachu, tear nuts, fuck balls, insane. He still gave a fuck about his prose. Like, he was like, no, that's not gonna work. Let's write it like fucking this. Maloney doesn't care, does he? He does not care. All this fucking prose is to him is a paycheck. And it's shocking to me because I'm at a level with y'all right now, right? I'm drunk enough that I'm actually going to be fucking honest. I've hit the whole existentialist fucking crisis real hard in the last couple of years, especially after the death of my grandmother, and it's like, I'm sitting there like, what the fuck is the point of life? To go to work every day, do shit you hate, put up with people you want to fucking strangle, just so you can get home and you have enough time to maybe run for groceries and do other fucking chores and basically just keep on existing for the point of existing. It's circular. What's the point? You exist to keep existing. What's the point? I hit the, and every single time, the only thing I can come back to is writing. Because as much as I shit on myself for being a hack writer and being dumb and only doing dumb shit, they're the reason that even in the dumbest shit I've always done, I can't help but try to do proper characterization and try to become better and try to give it a serious treatment when it actually deserves it. When I'm not writing the comedy. It's because I care about it. Deep down, I want to be a good writer, and even I can't help myself but try. I want to express something deep inside me that I want other people to understand me. I would settle everything if I could get other people to understand how I feel. Really, truly grok it. In true sense of grok, as Heinlein once wrote it in Stranger in a Strange Land. Grok, fully, completely, and totally comprehend it. That fucking deep shit, right? And writing is all I've got. Like, when it comes to my self-esteem, I fucking hate myself. I hate myself so fucking much. Even like with his last job, with a boss that would expect, he started working construction the year before I was fucking born. I will absolutely fucking say, the man knows his shit. Like, the last day I was working, we put up a wall with wall jacks, and someone came running over to help us because he was over there to talk to one of the earth mover drivers that was digging up, leveling out the terrain. And he heard he heard my boss shouting at with the other new guy who had stopped holding up the wall. At a point where we really needed people holding up the wall. So he came over to running over as construction people to help hold us up. And during their conversation, I heard him say, yes, he basically said that the foreman that was overseeing the construction of all the houses in this new subdivision didn't want us doing things the way he had done it, which is to literally build a heavy wall and then put the porch overhang and everything on it first, and then hoist it up with wall jacks. Basically big jacks, basically metal equipment that you bolt onto a couple 2x4s, nailed together in a T-shape with a winch on it. And basically the way they wanted it to be done is that you put up the wall first, and then you go up on a ladder and you attach all that shit second. But he said, I was yelling at my crew, oh, come look at this. This is old school shit. Because as he put it, you can't get the help these days. Right? No one knows what they're doing. As it was explained to me, the big housing crash some years ago, when the real estate market dropped out, basically a lot of people got out of the entire construction industry, and the people that were left couldn't afford to hire dumb fucks to carry wood around for them, like me, right? The new guys that would then learn at the elbow of the more experienced men. So there's a huge deficit of talented framing guys right now. So my boss, this old dude, he knows his shit. But at the same time, he's one of those guys that thinks he doesn't understand, because he's been doing it for so long, that 40 plus years of muscle memory, or 32 years of muscle memory, is not something that a new guy is going to pick up in 5 minutes. I literally had him that last day when I finally fucking quit. He's telling me, okay, slow down with the staple gun. I don't care how fast you go. You need to hit the studs. Okay, I slow down, make sure I hit the little marks in the plywood. I hit the studs. And then the next thing out of his fucking mouth is, you can go faster. Like, motherfucker. Right? Where even the fuck was I going with this analogy? I don't remember. Too drunk. Sorry. Give me a second. Right, anyway, I was establishing the man knows his shit, right? But I'm sorry, Chief, but people ain't gonna pick it up that fast. You know what I'm saying? People ain't gonna fucking pick it up that fast. What was I talking about before I got into this entire digression? Maybe someone in the chat here can fucking tell me. Writing being the only thing. There you go. There you go. There you fucking go. That's what I was talking about. Writing being the only thing you have. This man has so much experience and knowledge and muscle memory. He is at the point where he literally cannot understand how much he has. And he gets angry with you if you cannot pick it up as fast as, to him, and I understand, it's simply, take this fucking staple gun and go boom, 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 boom. It's not that fucking hard. It's literally just hit the fucking wood with a staple gun, like hitting something with a hammer. It's like taking a piss. It's like falling out of a fucking tree. How the fuck can anyone not know how to do that? He does not comprehend what it's like for someone who has been a journalism major, spent all his life writing, to fucking, muscle memory is a thing. How to swing a bat is a thing. How to fucking, hold a gun is a thing. It does take some fucking development, and you would also have the habit of grabbing the fucking tool out of your hand and just do it like this, and it's like, I know how to do it. I've seen you do it. You don't have to fucking take the gun away from me and do it again. What I need is experience. I need to actually be able to take the gun and do it myself, start developing the muscle memory, and I can do it. You gotta let me actually do it to build the experience. He takes it for granted, I guess you could say. He takes all that experience for granted. And that's a man that, I have never taken writing for granted. I guess that's what I've been driving at. I have never been felt good enough at what I do to take it for granted. I guess whenever I do, like Keymaster, he was in here earlier watching it. He's probably gone to bed because he's got an actual real job. He got into TohuProject.com because of my quest, and he did his own quests, and he was good. He was really good. It's one of my. I'm proud that I was actually attracted another writer into writing, a writer of that caliber, and he was good. And I'll never forget how embarrassed I was at the very end of one of his quests, and he was asking for feedback on why it hadn't gelled quite as well as the readers. And I was like, okay, I see why it's not gelling. You're not doing this. And I was like, wait, no, I see, you didn't. Well, you didn't do this. And I read it again. Oh shit, you did that. And finally, I had to confess to him, my man, I said, you were aware of all the problems I mentioned, and you addressed them as best you could. I said, the reason it doesn't gel is literally beyond my ability to describe. I said, you have arrived as a writer. You have reached that point where another writer that other people say is talented cannot explain why whatever you're writing doesn't quite seem to fit. I said, you are at least my equal. I said, that's why it's frustrating. I can't help you. Because I felt like his mentor or whatever. And it's like, but shit, I can't help you because you're that good. You fucking arrived, my man. You were at a point where you were at least equal to me. I said, and I could tell you it feels off somehow. But it's beyond my ability to properly, in terms that you can actually use, instead of just vague generics like, well, it feels too rushed. Because I remember at my same point in my development when people were saying, like, okay, this is all melodramatic bullshit and I don't care about the character. Why should I care? And I was honestly flummoxed. I was like, what the fuck do you want me to do? Like, give him a fucking puppy that gets hit by a car? Well, now you're being facetious. Like, well, yes. I have to confess, I don't understand why you don't care about the character. It was very hard for me to, it's very difficult to spell that stuff out in actual terms you can understand. The only way to really learn how to write is to do a lot of it and slowly start to understand why the right, and go back and read stories and stuff that really hit you deep and start to study and think about, why did this make me feel that way? It's that fucking hard. And Subwitch's quest never caught on because Coda was not writing for himself. He was writing to be liked. He wanted other people to like it. And listen, I understand the impulse. I want to be liked. I'm like anybody else. But ultimately, now this is just me, and I'm not the only kind of writer, right? Okay, there's other kinds of writers that feel other ways, but I can only speak to myself. And me, I am the kind of writer who writes because the story that forms in your head haunts you until it gets itself written. It's just, your stupid nerd fantasies that will not stop fucking occurring to you until it gets written. I don't know. There's other kinds of writers that feel other ways, that have different impulses. Like, I'll never forget that there was this image I saw once, a short exchange between the guy that wrote Song of Ice and Fire, the entire fucking, whatchamacallit, Game of Thrones book, Jordan, whatever the fuck, and Stephen King. And the guy that wrote the Song of Ice and Fire, he's like, don't you ever have days where you fucking wake up and like, man, why the fuck did I do any of this shit? I suck at writing. I should have been a plumber. And Stephen King was like, no, not really. No. Or the same guy once described as two kinds of writers. One's an architect that plans things out beforehand, and the other is a kind of a gardener, where he plants a seed and lets things evolve, and pretty soon characters have a life of their own, and they're pretty much writing themselves. I'm more of a grower. I am very much a grower, not an architect. George R.R. Martin, that's it. Thank you. So I can only speak to myself, but so keep that in mind. But for me, I am the kind of writer where I am haunted by the story till it gets told. Coda wanted to be popular. That's all. He wanted friends. And listen, I've had my fallings out with the man. I felt betrayed by the man before, but I can't criticize him for that. I really cannot. There was a line from Evangelion which really struck me, the Evangelion rebuild, where Asuka says basically something to the effect of, nobody really understands the real me. And it really struck me because there was a quote very similar to that. Let's see if I can find it. I mentioned this in my tweet, or my tweet review of Evangelion Rebuild. There we go. Here we go, right here. By Amy Tan. Our uniqueness makes us special, makes perception valuable, but it can also make us lonely. This loneliness is different from being alone. You can be lonely even surrounded by people. The feeling I'm talking about stems from the sense that we can never fully share the truth of who we are. I experienced this acutely at an early age. This quote, to me, sums up a lot about why I write. The feeling I'm talking about stems from the sense that we can never fully share the truth of who we are. That is what I was talking about earlier when I said I wanted to, with my writing, I want to, express myself. That's what I want to express. The truth of what I feel and how I see the world and all that. So, can I criticize Coda for wanting to be popular or to make friends through his writing? Or to ride my coattails, as some have accused him of wanting to do? No. Who the fuck am I to judge? I mean, just the other day, a friend of mine linked me a thread from V. Apparently, the creator of Yumi Nikki, the game, the famous game, showed up again on V and started to talk to people. And somebody asked him, why the heck, how can we believe it's you? I mean, you're famous for having vanished from the internet after creating that game and not talking to anybody. And he replied, it was very intimidating for me that the game was so popular to inspire fan art and such. Now, anyone who knows anything about Japanese culture will understand that's a very Japanese response, especially if a shy person in Japan is infinitely more shy than a shy personality in any other culture for many reasons. But that hit me deep because I thought, I understand you, my man. I know what you mean when it talks about intimidating. When everyone's just, oh my God, you're so talented, and you don't believe it yourself, right? So, really, am I someone to fucking judge another writer? Like Coda? Because, let's say this about Coda compared to Mack Malone here. Coda had a goal past the paycheck. Coda had a need in his soul that drove him to write, to try to reach out to other people. And even if my shallow analysis is correct that, he just wanted friends, that's a very deep need indeed. I don't think anybody should criticize somebody else for that. Least of all me. Because as far as I feel, isn't that why I'm writing? Again, this ties back to Plato when he's talking. Writers are insane. Why would you put your beautiful internal fantasy that's perfect in your head out into the world? This is this exact same thing. This is what the quote's talking about. We can never fully share the truth of who we are because the process of writing it down to transmit to other people invariably is incomplete. It's not perfect. It warps it. It damages it. So why bother? And so for Plato, the ultimate philosopher is basically, why should you give a shit about other people? You know you. Who fucking cares about anybody else, right? That's a philosopher's take. But ultimately, it all ties back to the same theme. Exactly, Hyperion. I'm drunk enough to be honest, and that's drunk indeed. That's all there is to it. I can't judge somebody. I'm not qualified to. I'm not entitled to. I don't know Coda's life. I've known a lot of sadness and misery, but I don't know his specific needs or his specific sadness and misery. All I can say is the man faced a blank page, and he tried. Cricks. You know, the guy in IRC that everybody shits on, that I fucking shit on a lot and been pissed off with sometimes. He faced a blank page. And he created a Kitakami that still, to this day, I look back and the way he writes Kitakami, he just thinks in her modus. I can't channel that character like he can. He faced a blank page. He did just fucking fine. And then some people bitched and moaned because he wrote his waifu a little too much and scared him away from it, which I think is fucking insulting. Because he, as he put it, he said, this is the first time I've written since high school when he wrote his side stuff. And he was good. Ghost Division. You fucking wrote. And I mean, looking at your first threads of your quest, like holy shit, like you yourself put it, it was like the most clipped, super efficient, down to earth fucking marine lingo, right? Where you couldn't spare a single fucking syllable. But it didn't matter. Because even though you had so little technical skill, you had a fucking story to tell. And because of that, you learned the technical details of writing. Anybody can learn it. And you are a reader. You actually read. You're not a fucking knuckle-dragging cocksucker. Despite being an 0331, yeah, I know. My God, you fucking hauled a mini-me. You still read. You actually kept the fucking book in the spare ammo can to read. Okay, and that's all it takes. Anybody can learn the technical skills, the technical details of writing. There's books on it. You can read other authors that you like. What really matters, what really makes or breaks a writer, is whether or not you're a fucking storyteller. No, I think it does, Ghost. I think people need to know that the warrior poet is still a thing that exists. I think they do, because warrior poets are important. It's not enough if we don't have warrior poets. All we have are thugs that like to do violence. And if you want to see a thug that likes to do violence, all you have to do is look at Antifa, right? That's basically a fascist. That's basically a fucking knuckle-dragging spear carrier. A warrior poet is literally the foundation of Western civilization, my man. Like the Greeks, the ancient Greeks, right? The citizen militias that formed their armies. They were participants in their democracy. As the funeral oration of Pericles is a famous document. It was actually a required reading in my poli sci class. Pericles, an Athenian admiral, in the funeral oration for some bigwig or something, he basically laid out the Athenian ethos, and he said, "We are unique in considering the apolitical man is not apolitical, but useless." It's just not, oh, I don't care about politics. Literally, his opinion was, if you don't care about politics, you're useless. You're of no good to the state. You're of no good to the people. And this is a fucking this is an admiral saying that. And to be involved in politics, especially for ancient Greece, is to be a thinker. Their assembly was literally every single man, every single citizen. Yeah, citizenship was more limited in ancient Athens, but wasn't unusual by the standards of the time. Every citizen in Athens would at least once in their life serve a term on the assembly of the government. They would all serve at least one term as a voting member of their government's, decision makers. A thinker, a philosopher, you know. fucking Sun Tzu, a gazillion years ago, wrote a treatise on military, and I read the Denma translation, which was an older translation. It was actually found in a tomb. It was written on bamboo slips. It predates a lot of the more modern translations, and because of that, it predates a lot of the edits made by Confucian scholars. And so the advice, it's actually the original Sun Tzu before the fucking geeks got to it. And thus, the advice is in most of the places where the text is different, only about 10%, it actually inverts the meaning. It's the direct advice of Sun Tzu, the famous Sun Tzu. And this is the man who started his book by detailing the enormous cost it takes to keep an army in the march for one day. This is extremely pragmatic fucking advice. And this man he dove deep into the theory of war and the thinking of war. And he established that was very important to the actual conduct of war. And when you think about the warrior poet, or the philosopher, someone who actually sits down and ponders the fucking deep implications of conflict and all this. That's the difference between a soldier and a warrior. Now, people that say video games aren't art can suck my fucking dick. Knights of the Old Republic, there is a fucking incredible exchange between Karth Onasi, the soldier, and what's-his-face, the Mandalorian. Where the Mandalorian is confused by the soldier because they had fought on different sides of a battle, and he thought for sure that the soldier, kind of camaraderie between enemies or respect for each other. Because the Mandalorian comes from a tribal culture where fighting is how people prove themselves and their worth and their manliness. And Karth Onasi patiently explains to him that there's two kinds of people, the soldier and the warrior. The warrior fights for his own honor, his own prestige, to take women, to prove himself in his society. The soldier does not want to fight. He's a civilized man, but he fights to protect his civilization, his people, his city, his family, everything. He serves a higher purpose, not just seeking prestige and advancement in his own culture. He is fighting to preserve a higher purpose. Now, if you want to compare American soldiers, for instance, to the very tribal culture that still prevails in Afghanistan or Libya, in some parts of the world, that still is a thing. All of Western civilization is based on the warrior poet. Because, let's face it, as Heinlein once put it, force, naked brute force, has been the ultimate determinant of more conflicts than anything else. Force is the ultimate arbiter. And in the end, Western civilization, Western liberalism's high-minded concepts of equality between men and liberty and freedom and all this shit only matter if there are men willing to die for it. In other words, if there are men willing to die for an ideal rather than for their kin, their clansmen, and their own personal advantage. And you see it as an idea, that is something that men of all faith, creeds, and colors can understand. You can be the most uneducated fucking hick motherfucker from the deep south. You never had the opportunity to get them book learnings. or whatnot. But you can understand the idea of a higher purpose through Jesus, through religion, through whatever. You can understand the power of that calling. That is very much why fascism at one point was an attractive ideology with a great power. There was some high school teacher, they actually wrote a book about it. It was called The Wave. He did an experiment to try to explain to his students why Nazi ideology had such power. All right, let me Google it here. Let's see if I can find the. There we go. 2015 film. No, that's about The Wave. Nazi. That you could probably find it for me. The Third Wave Experiment. Yes, here we go. This was an actual incident. The Third Wave was an experimental social movement created by California high school history teacher Ron Jones in 1967 to explain how the German population could accept the actions of the Nazi regime during the Second World War. While he taught his students about Nazi Germany during his contemporary world history class, Jones found it difficult to explain how the German people could accept the actions of the Nazis and decided to create a social movement as a demonstration of the appeal of fascism. Over the course of 5 days, Jones, a member of the SDS, Cumberland United Student Movement sponsor, and Black Panthers supporter, conducted a series of exercises in his classroom emphasizing discipline and community, intended to model certain characteristics of the Nazi movement. As the movement grew outside his class and began to number in the hundreds, Jones began to feel the movement had spiraled out of control. He convinced the students to attend a rally where he claimed that the classroom project was part of a nationwide movement and that the announcement of a third wave presidential candidate would be televised. Upon their arrival, the students were presented with a blank channel. Jones told the students of the true nature of the movement as an experiment in fascism and presented to them a short film discussing the actions of Nazi Germany. So you see, this traction to a higher power can also lead you down the path to hell. So it's extremely important that the people devoting themselves to that kind of idea think about it and question where this leads. So you see, Ghost Division, I'm impressed by you because you're a smart motherfucker. That's very easy for me to see. And you're a storyteller. You know, storytelling takes thinking. And very much like all the webcomics you've ever read where the art starts out fucking atrocious and then evolves incredibly good as the artist gets more practice. That was you. The fucking technical skill is easy to learn. You have to have the soul of a writer. You have to be a thinker. Men like you are very important to have. Men like you are why Western civilization exists, because Western civilization, like the ancient Greeks, a bunch of thinkers and writers and philosophers, how are they supposed to survive against a bunch of fucking tough-ass barbarians who grew up with their entire ethos being, how big is my dick, how far can I shoot a bow, shit like that. If the fucking philosophers and writers cannot pick up a sword and defend what's important to them, then they lose. Because, again, force is the ultimate arbiter. Men like you are why our fucking civilization exists. That's all there is to it. That's all there fucking is to it. And I know what you're thinking right now. You're sitting there thinking like, motherfucker, stop fucking building me up into some kind of a super asshole. Like I jerk off like every other dude, right? I'm living in a shitty fucking apartment. I'm struggling to find fucking good work. You know, I'm not fucking special, but that's why we fucking exist. That's why we survive, because the common motherfucker in our society is capable of that. If you were some kind of rare fucking gem that only came along once in a generation, that's not enough to make an army with. You know what I'm saying? The commonality of it's important. You know, common men being able to do uncommon things is kind of the basic principle of democracy. The basic principle of democracy is that the average knuckle dragger is competent enough to determine his own governance. We don't need philosopher kings. We don't need to be led by the fucking geniuses. You know what I'm saying? That intellect is common enough among men that we can actually let everybody vote. I don't think so, Ghost. I don't fucking think so. I mean, look at the fucking people we called barbarians, like the Vikings. These so-called fucking barbarians crossed the Atlantic and reached the North American coast before we did. These so-called fucking barbarians had sword-making techniques that were the envy of all of Europe. These so-called fucking barbarians didn't just go raping and pillaging. They settled. They settled in the United Kingdom so much that there was an entire giant chunk of the United Kingdom known as the Dane Law. In other words, the area where the Danes from Denmark, their law ruled. The Vikings weren't just fucking raiders and assholes. They were fucking builders and creators. And friendly reminder, like Athenians with their big ass navy, the way they operated against the Spartans with their superior land army, they went up and down the coast raiding from their trimarines. They basically acted like Mediterranean Vikings. My family comes from the island of Kalamos. Kalamos is famous for being a fucking Mediterranean pirate nest. It was such a fucking den of fucking Mediterranean pirates, the United Kingdom, the British Navy, actually built a base on the island to permanently suppress the fucking piracy there. So if fucking Greeks are that big of a fucking pirate, how the fuck are we supposed to stand here and call Norse barbarians? No fucking way. I mean, look at the Zulus. Okay, we're talking about dudes that literally had hide shields and spears and wiped their ass with fucking bunnies or whatever. Alright? Fucking Zulus. Like literally an army of fucking literal spear chuckers against the British army with their fucking Martini Henry Box 4.5 caliber rifles. Why did they fucking wipe out the entire column at Islandra and then challenge Rorke's Drift? Because the Zulus, despite their limited technological advancement, were an empire. They were able to muster an army of 20,000 men for Islandra. No, I'm sorry, it was 40,000. My bad. It was 40,000 men. That's an equivalent achievement to what the Golden Horde, the Mongols, did. Or the Aztecs. Their technology development was limited by other factors. Natural resources available, cultural exchange, communication, etc., etc. Their social development, though, was limited only by the capacity of their brains. And it turns out that the black men had just as big a brain as the white man. There you go. Barbarian my fucking ass. Barbarian my dying fucking ass. Anybody who can fucking forge a good iron sword and sail a longboat clear across the Atlantic to go fuck with the Native Americans is not a barbarian. No, sir. Anyone with enough marketing acumen to realize, man, nobody's gonna fucking remember me if nobody settles in this new land I found. And if I tell them that it's a barren fucking wasteland full of ice, they're never gonna come here, so we better call the fucking place Greenland? That's not a barbarian. That's what we call a fucking MBA these days. So no. You're not a fucking barbarian. No. You see, this is what I'm usually like when I'm drunk. I tell my friends how much I like them and why. So, consider this super fucking gay rant I just went on for Ghost here. Not that it's a big surprise, considering the Ghost is a Marine and I'm Greek and, chemistry. But all that shit you just heard, contrast that to the fucking hate that came flowing out of my soul reading that fucking book. And I think you can understand a little bit of what I feel about Mack Malone. See, finally, I'm getting back to the point I started this entire drunk-ass digression on. Writing is all I've got. I don't feel like I'm good at anything. At anything at all. That's why I went into that whole digression about my ex-boss there. He's got this amazing skill of construction that he takes for granted. I don't have that luxury. I can't fucking do anything right? The only thing, the only place in my life where I feel like I'm as competent as that my boss, my ex-boss was at construction, with, that kind of unconscious competence, the only place where I feel that kind of confidence at all is with writing. At least I know I can put together a couple sentences that aren't complete shit. So it's important to me. It's important to me. And it means something to me. It's the only thing in my entire existence I feel proud of. And to Mack Malone, it's just a paycheck. The guy that made Yumi Nikki, again, as he said, he was intimidated for years about it. And it's only recently that he's finally been able to, he allowed them to make the 3D Steam version and all that, and he's updating the game. He actually posted a beta update with some more improvements to the game after a long, long time. And trust me, I know what it's like to feel like, my God, I have abandoned my work for so long, literally years. How the fuck could anybody tolerate me coming back? Oh, here's an update and still give a shit. How long has it been since I fucking stopped writing KCQ? I mean, fucking Jesus. I know that man's feel, And so I'm not alone in this. I know there's other writers that feel like this, and other creators that feel like this. That, like, they could easily cash out on this. Like fucking Yumi Nikki. That guy could have cashed out years ago. He could have been selling plushies. And literally in that V thread, someone asked him, would you ever sell plushies? And he was literally like, that feels like something Disney would do. And he's like, I'll consider that if it's the last option. As a friend of mine in IRC said, that's a very Japanese way of saying not a chance in hell. Like, let me remind you, this guy's working a day job in Japan somewhere. He's a fucking Japanese salaryman. It's the most miserable form of existence I can possibly imagine. And when someone's like, "Are you gonna cash in on this?" He's like, "No fucking way." That's how creative people feel about their work. It means something more to them than money. It means to them the purpose for which money is supposed to serve. Like, money is to keep you alive. Your creative output is why you stay alive. And Mack Malone, quote unquote, strikes me as a guy who's just shitting stuff onto the page for the money. And I can't understand it. I'm just at a complete disconnect with this man. I can't understand why even under a pseudonym. I write under a pseudonym. I mean, any asshole could dox me. I haven't been that careful about it, and I haven't really given a shit. But even that paper thin ass, concealment over my real name, that's still a persona I've created. That's still me on the internet. That's still me out there. Even in the 90s, motherfucker. Even in the worst of the pulp era. Even in the fucking 1950s. I shit you not when I tell you that Edgar Rice Burroughs' books are better than this. Okay? Edgar Rice motherfucking Burroughs. 1930s level pulp. I read his book about the guy that goes to Mars for my sci-fi class, and I ended up fucking defending Burroughs. I stood in front of that entire class and said, everyone calling this man racist is a dumb motherfucker, okay? We get it. The four-armed, big green aliens are supposed to be Native American Indians. I said, but let's read this shit, okay? First, these Native American Indian aliens fucking respect this white man and fucking treat him according to their own. They afford him the protection of their own laws. And he's not just a fucking white man to them, he's also a fucking alien in this setting, okay? That's fucking incredible that they afford him that much respect. Furthermore, there's a point in the book where the princess gives a big impassioned speech about, appealing to their civility and their better nature and all that. And he explicitly writes that the elders of the tribe were positively responding to this message. But before the princess could finish her speech, a young brave, young, full of fire, fury, and piss and vinegar, stands up, punches her in the face, and laughs at her. And that the elders have to back down. But it's clear in their face that they're fucking pissed. Edgar Rice Burroughs made a fucking explicit point that Native Americans were not brutes or barbarians, and that they had wise men that could, see the value, the virtue of all these high-minded ideals, but that they lived in a tribal society that gave a lot of power to young and violent warriors, and that the penalty for the thinkers and the philosophers in their society was death. Again, back to that whole warrior poet thing. The poetry doesn't get to flow unless you can fucking defend it with the sword. But anyways, Edgar Rice Burroughs even wrote, the female Martians, the female Native Americans, they saved the main character's ass on several occasions. They showed an incredible fealty and loyalty to this man, and he appreciated it and reciprocated it. They saved his ass. And this is remembered by the modern fucking woke brigade. Oh my god, Burroughs was so racist. Oh my god, lol. No. Fuck you. The pulp of the 1930s was fucking good. And Burroughs is as much of a hack as anyone. Because on my own, I found his fucking book, Journey to the Center of the Earth, when I was young, and I read the shit out of that. And in that book, he used the exact same plot point. He would recycle for whatever on Mars, Barsoom, the first Barsoom book, which is the native's name for Mars, the planetary romance, where the princess that he wanted to impress was insulted because he was completely ignorant of their cultural mores. In both cases, it was an incident where he sent the wrong signal, took her hand or didn't take her hand or whatever, after defending her from an assailant, which implied that he was claiming her as a slave. Both books feature a character that's a soldier, accomplished and very competent in combat, plus some superpowers because he comes from the outer world or from Earth or whatever the fuck. But despite his combat prowess, he is not a thing, he is limited in his ability to understand the cultural things. He's not a fucking anthropologist, he's not a goddamn university genius, he can't pick up on this shit soon enough, and it causes him problems. The character is competent within his realm, and competent enough to be able to survive the harsh situations he's put in, which is necessary for the plot to happen at all. But he's not gifted with superlative powers. He does not have fucking free ESP like Hawk Hunter. He's not also a fucking super ass military genius like Hawk Hunter. He does not automatically fall from 100 feet and land dick first in the hottest pussy on Earth like Hawk Hunter. He has to work for it. The pulp of the 1930s is abso-fucking-lutely superior to the shit that quote-unquote Mack Malone shut out. The stuff that Ghost Division here has written, and I've read, is fucking light years superior to Mack Malone. Because Ghost fucking cares about the shit he writes. Okay? He cares enough to get pissed off about it if people lewd the lowlies. You understand what I'm fucking saying here? That fucking bugs him. Right? It gets a bug up his ass. Mack Malone literally has written pedophilia and child rape in the fucking book we just talked about. Didn't give a shit. Just fucking fuck. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Well, I hope that explains a little bit more about how I feel and how I think and why I write and why I have trouble writing and all that dumb shit. Why I constantly find it amazing that through my writing I was able to meet people like Ghost Division. I was able to meet people that think like me, that I can respect. Like, I don't know anybody like Ghost Division IRL, right? I never met anyone like Ghost just in real life. I didn't. If it hadn't been for my writing and the dumb fucking quest and shit, I never would have met this guy that I respect this much. This guy that fucking I can understand, he can understand me. No. That's what writing did for me. It gave me something you can't buy with money. So, I can't honestly understand Mack Malone. I can't understand a man that wipes his ass with the blank page just for a paycheck. It's just fucking alien to me. It's like my ex-boss. At one point he said, a carpenter is an artist. And he explained to me, explaining, how to put shiplap siding on, where you've got to take a little bit off both pieces of siding so the spacing stays even. And I'm thinking to myself, in this application, it doesn't matter, dude, because they're putting interior paneling in, fake barnwood, right? And the fucking finish nailer and the nails that go into it are going to hold those fucking things up anyways. It doesn't fucking matter if you take a little bit off the top and a little bit off the bottom. You can take it all off the bottom and just space the top, and they don't have to contact each other at all. The nails are going to hold it all on. But he didn't care, because as he said, a carpenter, he gave a fuck about his profession. It meant something more to him than just bread. I cannot understand Mack Malone. I can understand. On a deep level, I cannot understand a man who treats art like this. This is just, he's literally stacking bricks together. He just takes cliche after cliche, just stacks them in a line, puts the mortar on, checks that the tolerances are within, appropriate values. Okay, it's a wall. I collected my paycheck. Now I can go home and do what I want. It's a complete offset for me, and I cannot fucking comprehend it. Okay, so now that I have thoroughly embarrassed Ghost Division with this gay ass Greek shit, and gotten this fucking south and gone off on a long divergent rant, it's probably time to end this particular stream. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to end this stream, I'm going to go take a leak, whatever. I'm going to come back and I'm going to stream KSP. Because I fucking figure, why not? Why the fuck not? It's Friday night. So I'm just going to hit the end stream button. I'm going to do that, and I'll be back. And if you guys want to still keep on hanging out, oh, Ghost, I'm scared of checking IRC, because you're probably going to be like, faggot, stop being gay-ass faggot. Which is exactly what I'd be screaming, right? Like, come on, if you want to fuck me, just fucking drive down here and try it. Right? Right? Anyways, I'm going to end the stream, right? And then I'll stream KSP. I might even upload that one to YouTube, too. We'll see. Okay, later, guys. Later.